Chapter 740. Zhaixing Tower was about 2 to 3 li to the southeast of the royal palace. At such a distance, under the cover of the wind and snow, no one noticed the glimmer of movement in the distance. The expensive white fur coat on Zhaixing Tower shook slightly. The muzzle of the gun made a loud sound accompanied by smoke and fire. However, the speed of sound was much slower than the speed of the bullet. At least in this moment, the people on the walls of the royal palace, and in front of the corner tower, were still quietly watching the warriors waiting to die in the snow in front of the palace. The Qing army elites all around them did not notice that the scythe of the god of death had already sliced through the air, and was using a method no one in this world could imagine to get close to their emperor. From Zhaixing Tower to the top of the palace walls, the ripple that represented death would last for over a second. It was enough for a person to blink a few times. The emperor, who had been calmly watching below the palace walls with narrowed eyes, did not notice the occasional flash of light in the wind and snow 2 to 3 li away. Therefore, there was very little time left for this great grandmaster to react. When he sensed that a fatal aura had suddenly appeared in the world, an aura that even he could not resist, he only had time to blink his eyes. His face turned pale, and the light in his eyes condensed before dissipating. His body was like a cloud of dust as he rapidly retreated. The emperor was injured and had used up a lot of zhenqi. At this critical moment of life and death, he exploded with an energy that no human could possess. In an instant he disappeared into the distance. Like a wandering spirit, he suddenly smashed into the corner tower. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The bullet, which was spinning at high speed and did not have a chance to flip, brushed past the shoulder of the bright yellow figure and shot past. It blasted a large hole about a foot wide, and immeasurably deep into the sturdy walls of the royal palace. At this moment, the bricks and hard gravel left their bodies and shot out in a ray like a flower blooming. Other than the emperor, who had retreated like a wisp of smoke, there was still no one above or below the city walls who had reacted. No one even realized what had happened. At that moment, the ferocious flower that had bloomed from the black brick wall was still flying. The sharp stone shards seemed to maintain a motionless state in the air, mixing with the surrounding snowflakes and stabbing into one place. Did His Majesty just dodge this shot? No. No matter what psychological reason the assassin in the snow on the roof of Zhaixing Tower had, he paused for a moment at the moment when he lightly flicked his finger, causing the seemingly fatal shot to miss. But immediately after, the second shot came, followed by the first shot with a thunder-like muffled sound. The sound of the first shot had just reached the square in front of the imperial palace when the second shot arrived like a shadow. Like cutting through tofu, it broke a fist-sized hole in the wooden door of the turret and shot into the dark and quiet turret. There was no such thing as a sure-kill gun in this world, especially when the target was an unfathomable grandmaster. Due to Jingdo's tight security, the assassin in the snow on the roof of Zhaixing Tower had chosen a rather remote place to snipe. He could clearly calculate the time needed for the bullet to fly through the air. He had never had the extravagant hope that such a shot could kill the emperor. However, he knew that in order to dodge this shot, the emperor would tremble all over and not be willing to hold back. The physical and psychological shock would certainly make the emperor use all of his abilities. Speed. The assassin on the roof of Zhaixing Tower had clearly calculated the direction the emperor would dodge, the speed at which he would dodge, and the instantaneous movement. His finger moved a second time with unusual stability, and struck toward the spot where the emperor was rapidly retreating. He had placed all of his hopes on this second shot. To be able to calculate so much in such a short amount of time, and come to a certain conclusion about the emperor's choice, it was clear that the assassin understood the emperor's personality very well. He also understood the emperor's understanding and fear of this gun, or chest, as everyone knew it. Most importantly, the assassin from Zhaixing Tower was able to know the speed a great grandmaster could display at a moment of life and death. Only then could he accurately calculate the emperor's final landing point, and the landing point where it would be difficult for him to drift a second time. This was something that could not be calculated, nor could it be verified. This was because in this world, apart from the few great grandmasters, no one could truly force a great grandmaster into a dead end, let alone understand the speed of a great grandmaster. unless there had once been a great grandmaster who had personally helped the assassin on the roof of Jiaxing Tower, and personally trained him countless times. In less than half the time it took to blink, the emperor's previously calm and cold emotions were suddenly taken over by terror. Countless tyrannical zhenqi exploded out of his body in that instant. His face was pale, and his pupils constricted slightly. Floating with all his strength, he disappeared from his original spot in an instant and crashed into the corner tower that had been silent the entire time. The emperor, who had always been incomparably confident, powerful, and never known fear, finally felt a glimmer of fear. A glimmer of fear toward death. Although he couldn't see what the aura that moved him so much was, he knew that the box he feared the most had finally appeared. A muffled explosion rang out through the walls of the royal palace. The second shot pierced through the wooden door of the corner tower. Following a straight, formless line, the killing bullet shot toward the chest of the emperor, who had just fled wretchedly to the back of the quiet room in the corner tower. This shot was too ruthless. It was so ruthless that it had calculated all of the emperor's thoughts and actions. The tyrannical zhenqi in the emperor's body had already exploded into an invisible current of air on the walls of the royal palace. At this moment, there was nothing in his body. It was impossible for him to instantly make another immortal-like evasive movement. Even more terrifying, the second shot arrived without any pause in between. When the emperor sensed the soul-devouring aura coming like a wave, he was unable to react at all. The assassin on Jiaxing Tower had calculated all sorts of things, but he was unable to calculate that the quiet room behind the emperor in the corner tower of the royal palace was not quiet. There were many people standing inside. A dozen silent, seemingly not even breathing, people wearing armor and holding thick steel shields like ghosts. These people seemed to have stood in this quiet corner tower for countless years. They had never changed their posture, sealing off all possibilities of shooting toward this room in the corner tower. During the Jingdo Rebellion 3 years ago, there had been a blood-like slaughter on and below the walls. Regardless of whether it was Fan Xian or the Great Prince, neither of them had found anything strange in this room. At that time, where were these armored, shield-holding spirits? Were these shield-bearers, who appeared to have stood indifferently for countless years, the final arrangements the emperor had laid down in order to calm the fear in his heart? These shield-bearers, who had stood for countless years, only had one mission in this life: to help the emperor block the fatal bullets fired from that chest. How could these steel shields from the palace treasury block the most powerful gunpowder-killing weapon in the world? This was the last dragon saber the mistress of the palace treasury had left in this world. The last emperor's sword. How could the other legacies she had left block it? No one could clearly see what had happened in that instant. However, the shield-bearer standing to the emperor's left trembled. The dust covering the steel shield he held tightly in his hands trembled. Immediately after, the emperor behind the shield trembled. The shield-bearer fell with a crash. A hole appeared in the steel shield. It was as if the heavens had dropped a hammer of heavenly punishment. It was as if the emperor had been viciously struck by this hammer. He abruptly retreated and smashed through the back wall of the corner tower. He came out through the wall and fell wretchedly onto the icy snowy ground. Fresh blood flowed out from the left side of the emperor's chest. Earlier, when he stood in Taiji Palace, the wounds on his body had been torn open again by the violent movements. The wound 13th Wang had sliced open on his right chest, and the wound Fan Xian's fingertip had sliced open on his neck had begun to bleed again, turning this powerful ruler into a pitiful bloody man. The emperor lay on the snowy ground and breathed rapidly. His jet-black eyes focused and then scattered. The left side of his chest caved in slightly and was covered in blood. It was impossible to see the true wound clearly. The snowy ground was under his head. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the icy sky flowing with tears of snow. His 2 hands outside his sleeves clenched tightly to prevent himself from sinking into darkness. Boundless terror and anger surged into his mind. The chest had finally appeared. In this world, the emperor had always thought that he was the person who understood the chest the best, even more so than Chen Pingping. Back then, Xiao Yezi had used this chest to silently kill 2 princes and send King Cheng's manor onto the dragon chair. There was no one who did not fear the existence of such an item. However, back then, the heir of King Chung and the crown prince had not been afraid because this chest belonged to her, which was equivalent to it belonging to him. But ever since the Taiji courtyard incident, the emperor had become afraid. Every day and night he was afraid. He was afraid that he didn't know when the chest would appear, where a spark would suddenly fly out, or like a divine hand descending from the sky, take his life, and avenge his master. Because of this fear, after the Taiji courtyard incident, the emperor rarely left the palace. No, it was just as Fan Xian had heard when he first entered Jingdo. After that, the emperor had not left the palace at all. Although he had never seen the chest, he knew the terrifying use of the chest. He was like a turtle hiding high up in the royal palace, surrounded by palace walls for protection. It was impossible to find any buildings in Jingdo that could pass through these walls. The emperor's subjects all thought that the emperor was diligent in state affairs, which was why he was always locked up in the palace. Who knew that he was afraid? They all thought that the emperor was benevolent and loved the people. He could not bear to disturb the local areas, so he did not patrol the country. Who knew that he was still afraid? This situation continued until the 4th year of the Qing calendar. The child from Danzhou finally entered the capital. Lao Wu seemed to have truly forgotten many things. No one connected him to the Taiji courtyard incident. Only then did the emperor gradually relax and occasionally leave the palace in casual clothes. Even so, he still did not leave Jingdo. Who knew if there was a fire of revenge hidden in the darkness waiting for him in the endless fields of the Qing kingdom? For the Dong Mountain incident, the emperor had to leave Jingdo. However, at the first instant, he summoned Fan Xian back to Danzhou and to his side. Only with his son at his side could he feel that he was safe. Speaking of which, what a sorrowful life it was. The emperor possessed boundless land and millions of subjects, yet he could not see or feel it. It seemed that he had everything in the second half of his life. In reality, he was nothing more than a prisoner he had imprisoned in the royal palace. The emperor was not afraid of death. He was only afraid that before he died, he would not see his grand plans become reality. There were not many people or things in the world that could kill him, other than that blind man and that chest. Thus, when Chen Pingping returned from Dazhou with unusual coldness and cruelty, the emperor felt a glimmer of coldness in addition to his anger. The soldiers covered in dust and holding shields hid in the corner tower of the royal palace. When the emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and put his hands behind his back as he watched the old dog die in the autumn rain execution field, those people had been waiting silently behind him. However, that day, the chest did not appear. Now the chest had appeared, and it had appeared very suddenly. The emperor discovered with some sorrow that he had still underestimated the terror of the chest. At least, he had underestimated the power of the person using the chest. He had not thought that the aura of death would be able to accurately find his position under the protection of the corner tower, easily pierce through the steel shield, and then mercilessly land on his body. The pure white snow was dyed red by the blood flowing from the emperor's body. Only now did the people on the corner tower finally react. Although they still did not know what had happened, they at least knew that something had changed. Eunuch Yao crawled to the emperor's side with a face full of terror. His voice was so hoarse that he could not speak a word. His entire body trembled as his hand unconsciously pushed at the wound on the emperor's chest. He pulled out some broken pieces of metal and pulled out some flesh, but he still could not find where the murder weapon was. The emperor's body rose and fell with his rapid breathing. His slightly unfocused gaze looked at Eunuch Yao beside him. "I will not die." The emperor gritted out these words. After suffering such a heavy injury, no matter how ruthless his words were, they still appeared weak. The emperor's gaze passed over Eunuch Yao's face, and continued to stare viciously at the falling snowflakes in the sky. He howled mournfully in his heart. "I have received orders from heaven. Who can kill me? If I don't die today, it means that heaven doesn't want me to die." The assassin on the roof of Zhaixing Tower had calculated everything. In the end, he had not calculated just how powerful the emperor's great-grandmaster's physical body was. More accurately, he had not calculated that the emperor, who loftily looked down on the world, would be so afraid of death that he would place a heart-protecting mirror on his chest under his dragon robe. The soul-devouring line from the heavy sniper rifle passed through the distant sky above Jingdo, and pierced through the steel shield. In the end, although it did not deviate and accurately struck the emperor's chest, it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It only shattered a large part of the emperor's sternum. It did not tear apart all the flesh and blood it came into contact with and immediately and completely destroy the emperor's life. Earlier in the abandoned garden, when Fan Xian had taken out the steel plate in front of his chest, the emperor had scolded him mockingly. Small tricks could not accomplish great things. Who would have thought that the emperor would rely on such a small trick to luckily escape with his life? However, to achieve great things, caution, no matter how extreme, was necessary. To cherish one's life, no matter how embarrassing and boring, was necessary. From this perspective, the emperor and Fan Xian were actually two similar shameless people in the world. Jiaxing Tower. The emperor's slightly unfocused gaze stared at the gray sky. He knew that the person who had used the chest today was certainly not Lao Wu. If the person who had come was Lao Wu, he would probably have long charged into the royal palace. He panted and said, "Kill them all." The emperor had suddenly been assassinated and was unconscious. No one knew if he was dead or alive. This sudden change shocked all of the officials and generals on the palace walls. No one knew what to do next. The warriors surrounded by countless people on the palace walls still had not escaped. If this second volley of arrows shot out, everyone would probably die, including the still unconscious Fan Xian. The imperial doctors were rushing over from the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Gong Dian had already rushed to the emperor's side with a deathly pale face. He took out the medicine he always carried and tried to staunch the emperor's bleeding. However, the effect did not seem to be very good. Eunuch Yao still firmly remembered the emperor's final orders before he fell unconscious. His body trembling, he moved around the corner tower and carefully approached the side of the deputy commander of the imperial army. In a raspy voice, he read the emperor's final order to kill them all. Eunuch Yao curled up on the palace walls. He looked strangely comical, but he was truly afraid. He knew how powerful the emperor was. Yet, such a powerful ruler had been so heavily injured by an invisible assassin. How could he not be afraid? He was even worried that in the next moment, he would be torn into pieces by invisible lines in the air. The scene that followed made Eunuch Yao's pupils constrict. His entire body fell to the ground, once again confirming his fear. With a muffled thud, the deputy commander of the imperial army, who was standing coldly on the palace walls, was about to wave his flag and give the order for the soldiers on and below the palace walls to rain down arrows again. However, his shoulder only moved when his entire head suddenly disappeared. That's right. Just like a ghost story in broad daylight, the head of the deputy commander of the imperial army suddenly exploded like a ripe watermelon or a skin bag filled with water. It burst for no reason and turned into a pool of blood and bone fragments on the city wall, scattering all over the sky. What was even more horrifying was that after the head of the deputy commander of the imperial army exploded, his body seemed to be unaware of the fact that his head had turned into a splatter of brain matter. His right arm was still raised for a moment before he slumped to the ground. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he collapsed to the ground. A wave of shocked and wretched cries rang out on the palace walls. Such a hair-raising scene had happened in front of countless soldiers. How could they not be shocked and afraid? Everyone began to tremble and desperately kept their eyes open. On the palace walls, below the palace walls, among their comrades, and even in the empty snowy sky, they searched desperately. Of course, they couldn't find anything. They had no idea what had happened. They only knew that the deputy commander's head had suddenly exploded. These elite imperial soldiers of the kingdom of Qing had no idea that the assassin was miles away. They shouted in vain and searched angrily. The fruitless search gradually turned into fear. This kind of invisible assassin, this kind of unstoppable killing, was not something that mortals could stand against. Boundless terror began to spread rapidly over the palace walls. All of the soldiers searched helplessly. Some people were about to collapse under the pressure of this silence. The bows and arrows aimed at the people below the palace walls unconsciously relaxed. The Qing army's military discipline was strict. It was impossible for them to become a ball of loose sand just because of the deputy commander's tragic death. On the battlefield and during rebellions, the Qing soldiers had seen countless strange and tragic deaths. However, a divine blow like the one today made the common people have no choice but to think in a strange direction. Another general bravely roared a few times, trying to calm the emotions of his imperial army subordinates. At the same time, he gave the order to attack. However, his roar only lasted a few times before it came to an abrupt end. Because the killing intent that terrified the soldiers on the city wall came again. This general's chest and abdomen were blasted open, and his intestines turned into a ball of rotten blood. He did not even have time to groan before he fell down. At this point, the atmosphere of panic could no longer be suppressed, and the city walls of the imperial city were in chaos. The changes on top of the imperial city walls had naturally spread to the foot of the city. However, the soldiers who had been ordered to seal off all directions did not know what had happened. The archers who had aimed at the people waiting to die in the snow felt that their hands were about to become sore. But they still did not receive the order to shoot. The generals furrowed their brows tightly. They were very worried about what had happened on the palace walls for it to become so chaotic. If it was an ordinary battle, if the imperial palace was just a simple battlefield, then no one would foolishly wait for His Majesty's order before shooting arrows. However, it was not the same today. Tens of thousands of arrows were aimed at Sir Fan Jr. Everyone knew what killing Fan Xian meant. Everyone also understood the grudge between Sir Fan Jr. and the Emperor. Without the Emperor's clear order, no one dared to rashly shoot. The generals below the palace walls did not know that the Emperor was heavily injured and had fallen into a coma. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This strange silence did not last for long. Outside, faced with a tense situation, the generals had to have their own reactions. Even if it was just outside the palace, the Qing military generals had their own initiative. Hidden behind the archers, General Shifei furrowed his brows and stared at the center of the snowy ground. He found that the surrounded assassins seemed to have already sensed the strange change on the palace walls. They began to have the courage and thoughts to break out. However, Shifei was, after all, a powerful figure who had single-handedly subdued Yan Xiaoyi's northern camp. No one knew where it came from, but he did not directly give the order to attack. Instead, he had the deputy beside him give it. For one, it was a nameless fear that made him make this choice. For another, Shifei was like all the civil and military officials of the Qing kingdom. He never, ever wanted Fan Xian to die by his hand. This thought saved Shifei's life. The deputy beside him had just raised the flag in his hand when he fell to the ground. It was not because he did not ride his horse steadily, or for some other reason. Following the deputy's body, the horse under him also fell into the snowy ground. Countless drops of fresh blood quickly dyed the white snow red. Shifei's pupils constricted. With a slightly pale face, he looked at the flesh and blood of the deputy beside him. He knew that if he had given the order earlier, then he would already be dead. Who could block such an invisible and unpredictable attack from the heavens? Shifei also understood why the strange movement on the palace walls was happening. However, was the emperor still alive? After a moment of chaos, the royal palace recovered its silence. Amidst the death-like silence, the Qing army's military discipline was indeed the best in the world. Under the terrifying killing threat of the attack from beyond the sky, who dared to move without permission? All of the soldiers' faces were pale and even green. They were waiting for the emperor's order. However, the emperor never appeared on the palace walls again. Another gunshot pierced through the silence of the square in front of the royal palace. An ascetic monk wearing a straw hat tried to use his bravery to lead the silent soldiers to charge. He was accurately shot down into the snowy ground. Without even twitching, he became a corpse. A death-like silence. Another gunshot rang out. Another deathly silence ensued. Another gunshot rang out. This happened 4 times. There were 4 more corpses on the snowy ground. The gunshot also fell silent. It was as if it would never ring out again. Everyone on the palace walls understood that this top assassin, who could complete an attack from the heavens, was warning everyone in the Qing court not to try anything. Anyone who dared to move on this vast expanse of white snow was a target he had to kill. 1 gunshot, 1 person died, and a bloody corpse lay in the snow. There had never been an exception. This cold and silent announcement froze everyone's hearts. This was a person challenging a country. The death-like silence continued for an indeterminable amount of time. The horses began to kick their hooves uneasily, kicking up some white snow. The powerful warriors surrounded in the snow did not seem to want to touch on the powerful Qing army's tense nerves. They did not choose to forcefully break out of the encirclement. No one knew what the muffled sounds that pierced through Jingdo's snowy sky were, or how those people had died. Fully armored, Yizhong sat coldly on his horse. The elite riders he led were enough to guarantee that 2 charges would kill these powerful warriors in the snow. However, he did not move. Although with his powerful 9th-level strength, he could hear that the muffled sounds came from behind him. He faintly sensed that the assassin with the attack from the heavens could not cover the entire area. It was still a problem of the arrow's blind spots. If the riders charged over at this moment, presumably, the assassin would not be able to stop him. However, Yizhong only sat silently and steadily on his horse. At this moment, the emperor's life or death was unknown. The person with the highest status present was him. Yet he did not say a word. Just like his image in the Qing court, he never revealed himself, but no one dared to underestimate him. The reason Yizhong did not move was simple. It was not because the emperor had not given an edict. It was because he knew what the life-taking, otherworldly thrusting thing was, and what those muffled sounds were. It was the chest. The chest had finally appeared in the world again. Yizhong's eyelids drooped slightly, ignoring the burning gazes of the deputy generals beside him. It was as if he had fallen asleep. In reality, waves of shock had already surged in his heart. When the Taiping courtyard incident broke out, he had been moved to Dingzhou by the emperor as a rear guard. It was clear that the emperor did not trust Yizhong's position between him and Yi Qingmei. He remembered that when Yi Qingmei had first entered Jingdou, she had fought with the young Yizhong. Yizhong understood those people too well. Although he had never expressed any opinions, it did not mean that he did not know about the chest, the Taiping courtyard incident, and why Qin Pingping had betrayed the emperor. Many images flashed through Yizhong's mind. Many people from back then. He also felt a bit tired. His gaze finally became clear and landed on the young man in the snow. He thought of the young man's mother, the young girl who had refused his inspection at the city gates with the chest. On this matter, Yizhong felt that the emperor was in the wrong, so he remained silent. Before there was an edict, he would not move. How long could the death-like silence last? How long would it take for the wind and snow to stop? A young man wearing a light yellow robe walked step by step up the walls of the royal palace. Standing on the edge of the walls, he looked calmly at Fan Xian in the snow below. At this moment, the imperial guards on top of the city walls were in a state of chaos. Most of them subconsciously lowered their heads to avoid the possibility of death that might come from beyond the heavens. That was why this young man in light yellow robes appeared so tall and so brave as he stood on the city walls. According to the Qing law, since the emperor is unconscious and cannot attend to matters, should I automatically become regent? The third prince, Li Qingping, asked as he clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. Beside him, eunuch Yao, who was looking around wildly with a deathly pale face, replied in a trembling voice. But the emperor has just fallen unconscious. It hasn't been more than 7 days. Can the situation at hand wait? Do you want to see the Qing kingdom's famous generals and generals be struck to death by the heavens? Li Qingping turned his head and looked sinisterly at eunuch Yao. Eunuch Yao's heart chilled. Your Highness, this is a matter of national importance. I should not speak out of turn. If the emperor wakes up, I'm afraid. There's nothing to be afraid of. Have everyone withdraw. The coldness in Li Qingping's eyes grew stronger and stronger. The coldness in eunuch Yao's heart grew stronger and stronger. During these years, although the third prince seemed to have become a gentle and kind prince under Fan Xian's education, eunuch Yao knew what a vicious character this young prince had once been. Once he was pushed too far and remembered this great hatred, how could he live in the future? Furthermore, the Qing kingdom would eventually pass to the third prince. If the emperor truly did not recover this time, the third prince would probably sit on the dragon chair tomorrow. Wait until they leave the square before we pursue them. At least we can give father an explanation. What is the point in wasting them to death here? Li Qingping narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at his brother and teacher in the snow. He did not reveal any emotions that he should not have. In the snow on the roof of Jiaxing Tower, the metal pipes under the pure white expensive fur coat made loud noises endlessly, tearing through the air and harvesting lives in the distant royal palace. These noises were very loud. Although the reaction had been greatly reduced, the white snow on the roof of Jiaxing Tower was still shaken until it gradually slid down. These noises traveled far and startled the people in the surrounding streets and residences. The Jingdo government bailiffs had long discovered the strangeness of this place. However, Jiaxing Tower was a forbidden area of the court. Although it had been abandoned for many years, no one could go in and investigate without proper procedures. Additionally, it was still early in the year, and the new year was still being celebrated. The bailiffs thought that perhaps some naughty child was releasing spring thunder inside. However, the spring thunder seemed to be a bit loud. In the end, the internal court's reaction was faster. Before the emperor fainted, he had calmly said Jiaxing Tower's name. The aces of the internal court quietly snuck out of the royal palace. Following the imperial river to the left of the royal palace, they went straight through the woods and came to the east of Jingdo as quickly as possible. 2 streets away, they could still hear the loud noises coming from Jiaxing Tower. The internal court aces' spirits rose. Forcefully suppressing the nervousness in their hearts, they split into 4 directions and leaped over. They believed that since the terrifying assassin was still on Jiaxing Tower, he would not be able to escape before they surrounded him. When the aces of the internal court charged bravely into the garden of Jiaxing Tower, and finally reached the roof, they still didn't find anyone. There was only a clear mark in the thick layer of snow on the roof. Other than this mark, there was nothing else. It was as if no one had ever been there. It was so quiet it made one's heart feel weak. Snowflakes continued to fall. The internal court aces carefully examined the marks left in the snow on the roof. They found that the terrifying assassin had not left behind any clues. Although the marks were clear, they had already been cleaned up. It was impossible to even see the person's figure. An internal court guard stood guard at the entrance of an alley outside Jiaxing Tower. His face was slightly pale as he warily watched the few pedestrians. Suddenly he saw a person who looked like a servant walk over. His heart thumped. The servant was a youth. What made the internal court guard suspicious was that the person was wrapped in a thick layer of fur. Although the fur looked ragged and not worth much, it wrapped the green clothes firmly inside. However, the knees were turned over, revealing the other side of the fur. It was as white as snow. This was an extremely valuable fur. Which family's manservant could afford to buy such an expensive thing? The internal court guard's pupils constricted. He immediately blocked in front of the servant, and was about to call for his companions. Unexpectedly, his vision blurred. Immediately after, he felt his chin go numb. The internal court ace leaned against the wall of the alley and died immediately. His body was stiff and did not fall to the ground. The servant wiped the tip of his finger, and took out the thin needle he had stuck under the person's chin. He wrapped it tightly around the thick fur covering his body as if afraid of the cold. Walking out of the alley, in an instant, he disappeared into Jingdo's wind and snow. The wind and snow in Jingdo were heavy. There was a lot of activity. However, not many people knew what was happening in front of the tightly sealed royal palace. The imperial censors who had knocked on the door in the imperial censorate had long been forcefully escorted back to their manors in the night. The officials of the various departments had also been notified by the Overwatch Council, and forcefully kept in their manors. Even Hu the scholar was unable to get close to the royal palace. This kind of oppressive tension and fluctuation did not take long to spread to that street in the south of Jingdo. Who knew how many noble families lived on this street? But everyone's wary and suspicious gazes were only focused on one family, Fan Manor. The Fan Manor was as usual. There was no panic, sorrow, or nervousness. Those who needed to boil water were boiling water, and those who needed to cook were cooking. The results of Fan Xian's negotiations with the emperor in the palace were clearly not reflected in the manor. The mistress of the manor, Lin Wan'er, did not take her family and leave the capital for Danzhou with the emperor's tacit permission during this short period of time. She continued to remain in the manor in a somewhat frightening silence. Sitting in the flower hall, she waited for the man's return. If he did not return, then what was the point in her leaving Jingdo? Why hasn't Ruoro gotten up yet? Lin Wanner smiled warmly, but there was a faint sorrow in her smile. She looked at Cece, who was feeding the child, and said, "Did you call for her?" As she spoke, the young lady of the Fan family, who had been released from the royal palace last night, slowly walked in from outside the hall. Her body was as clean as usual. Her brows were as cold as ever. The shoes on her feet were not stained by a drop of snow. She looked at her sister-in-law and smiled. She then sat by the table and picked up a pair of chopsticks. Her hand holding the chopsticks was steady and did not tremble at all. Chapter 741. Yesterday, I made another embarrassing mistake. When I was writing, I was probably possessed. There were so many Li Hongchengs, yet I didn't notice. It was like my eyes were blind. Really, I can't explain it. Sorry. I didn't write much today because it's close to the end of the year. I've been so busy, I'm feeling a bit panicked. It was still early in the new year. Normally, the red firecrackers would still be dancing on the snowy ground. The slightly pungent smell of firecrackers would still be wonderful in the streets and behind the residences. Everything exuded a lively and festive atmosphere. For the officials and people of Jingdo, the spring festival of the 12th year of the Qing calendar was not going well. Not only was it not going well, it was also somewhat gloomy. Yesterday was the 7th day of the new year, the first day each government opened. On this day, an official of the He faction in Jingdo was tragically assassinated. The fresh blood woke countless people from their slightly intoxicated state of mind. Martial law had begun near the royal palace. It was said that the court had finally found out who the evil people who dared to assassinate officials in the most virtuous place in Jingdo were, and had launched a killing operation near the royal palace. It was said that many people had died. It seemed that Sir Fan Jr., who had been stripped of his position by the emperor, was also involved. There were also rumors that there were many northern Qi and Dongyi people among the sinister assassins. Countless soldiers walked the streets and alleys of Jingdo. The Overwatch Council, the 13 yamens of the Ministry of Justice, the Internal Court, the Supreme Court, the 13 city gate guards, and the Jingdo garrison were all activated. Cold and heavy footsteps echoed through the snowy Jingdo. They searched everywhere for the assassins who had luckily escaped the net. The city gates leading out of Jingdo were tightly sealed. Under such a situation, no matter how terrifying the assassin, it would be difficult for them to easily escape Jingdo. A group formed by the Overwatch Council and Internal Court had long surrounded Fan Manor. There were many soldiers carrying out lockdown work outside the manor. They had already searched Fan Manor 3 times, and still did not find any trace of Fan Xian. Another search team led by Yan Bingyun rushed to the west of the city immediately after the chaos in the square in front of the royal palace. They went to the most secret contact point of the Qinian unit. It was the small courtyard that Wang Qinian had spent 120 taels of silver to buy. This little courtyard had always been the Qinian unit's secret. Looking at the heavy blow the old subordinates of the Overwatch Council in Shiliang Road had suffered, one could imagine that the emperor must have planted spies at Fan Xian's side, and found the meeting place of the Qinian unit. However, this little courtyard was as lonely as before. Paper and brush were on the table. The ink in the inkstone had long frozen into black ridges. The bucket by the well outside tilted weakly. No one knew how long it had been since someone had come. Fan Xian was not here either. Yan Bingyun stood at the entrance of the courtyard and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, where is the headmaster hiding now? Although Sir Yan Jr. was the recognized director of the Overwatch Council by the Qing court, like most of the officials in the council, he still unconsciously placed Fan Xian in the position of the head of the Overwatch Council. Jingdo had long been under martial law. The Jingdo government had long mobilized the various officials and commoners who could make decisions. It had turned into a large net spread across the streets and alleys. Everyone knew how many secret spots the Overwatch Council had hidden in Jingdo. Additionally, with Fan Xian's ability to appear and disappear unpredictably, no one dared to hope that this kind of pursuit would actually be able to catch him. However, the situation today was different. First of all, the Overwatch Council's secret spots were no longer a secret to the court. Most importantly, Yan Bingyun already knew earlier that Fan Xian was heavily injured and had long lost his former bravery. If there was no one to receive him, it would be difficult for him to recover from his injuries, and he would not be able to escape far. However, where exactly was Fan Xian? The pursuit had already gone on for half a day. Under the powerful mobilization, the entire Jingdo had been turned upside down. The 13 city gate guards guarded each of the city gates tightly. All of the officials in the Qing court were certain that Fan Xian could not have left the city. Yan Bingyun's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Taking in a warm breath, he patted his tired face and did his best to calm the rising and falling emotions in his heart, and make it harder for others to notice. Gently waving his hand, he had the Overwatch Council officials continue to disperse. The pursuit continued until late into the night. The manors of the officials who had some relationship with Fan Xian in the past were also searched. Even King Jing's manor and Duke Lu's manor were not missed. Still, no one found Fan Xian's whereabouts. Everyone felt a chill. If this major figure had truly survived this time, escaped Jingdo alive, and truly betrayed the Qing kingdom, who knew what kind of changes it would bring to the world? Yan Bingyun returned to Zichengju's manor with his tired body. He did not go greet his father. Instead, he went straight to his room and ate a few mouthfuls of the hot food the cook had brought over. From his wife's hands, he took a hot towel and forcefully wiped his eyes. He then sat in a chair in a daze. "What is it?" Shen Wanner asked quietly as she looked at the worry between his brows. A slightly bitter smile floated onto Yan Bingyun's usually frosty face. After a moment of silence, he said, "Speaking of which, I really admire him. I heard that before he charged out of the square, he had already been knocked unconscious by His Majesty. It is impossible for him to recover in a short amount of time. Also, in order to attract the pursuit of those aces, he forcibly separated himself from the group of assassins. Heavily injured and alone. Why can't we find him? What about the other assassins?" Shen Wanner furrowed her brows slightly and asked. "We didn't capture a single one alive. We only killed a few. They were all aces ranked among the best in the world." Yan Bingyun sighed. At the time, he had not been in the square in front of the royal palace. It was clear that although the emperor trusted him, the emperor did not want the Overwatch Council to interfere in the ambush to kill Fan Xian. He also knew that if it wasn't for the mysterious, godlike assassin, Fan Xian and the others would probably have died long ago. How could they have taken advantage of the chaos to charge out? After saying this, Yan Bingyun noticed that his wife's expression was slightly strange. He paused slightly and asked, "What is it?" Shen Wanner was silent for a long time. She then forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I went to pay my respects to father at dusk. It seems that he wasn't there." Yan Bingyun's body froze slightly. He didn't move for a long time. Although his father, Yan Ruahai, had long stepped down from his position as head of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council, he was in reality a very powerful figure. As his son, he knew this. The problem was that he knew his father was the most traditional of Overwatch Council officials. His loyalty was more to Chen Pingping and Fan Xian than to the emperor. He probably went out for a walk. Yan Bingyun pulled up the corners of his lips and smiled with some difficulty. He didn't say anything more. In the early autumn, Principal Chen had been tortured to death by 1,000 cuts. Yan Bingyun had always been worried that his father would have some sort of violent reaction. However, what surprised him was that other than getting drunk that night, his father had returned to his normal self. All day long, he only attended to the fake mountain garden. Yan Bingyun knew that the emperor didn't make things difficult for his father because of his loyalty. Now the emperor and Fan Xian had officially broken off relations and fought their way from inside the palace to outside. Fan Xian was going to avenge Director Chen. Given his father's abilities, he would certainly know of this matter. If he knew of this, what would he do? Stay in the room and don't see anyone. Yan Bingyun's brows furrowed slightly. He told his wife in a low voice, "I'll go see father." He didn't walk far to the west, and was about to pass the strangely large fake mountain in front of the corridor. Yan Bingyun came to his father's room and respectfully entered. The hair at the temples of first-rank Viscount Yan Ruahai had long turned white. He didn't seem to find his son's arrival strange. Straightforwardly, he said, "He didn't come to the manor. He isn't stupid enough to walk right into your trap." Yan Bingyan was silent for a long time. He then said, "This is council business. I cannot be biased." Yan Ruahai glanced at him and said, "You know best whether or not someone can be hidden in the manor." Yan Bingyan bowed in greeting and took his leave. When he passed by the strangely large fake mountain in front of the corridor, he stopped in a daze. His eyes looked at the slightly dried moss and remaining snow on the fake mountain. Suddenly, he thought of some of the strange rules of his family when he was young. He kept feeling as if he had missed something. Fortunately, it was winter, so the dark room was not very humid. However, it was still dark. The meridians in his body were riddled with holes, and those red-hot iron wires were still running through them. The endless pain was like tens of thousands of needles piercing into his brain, making him want to howl in pain from time to time. This kind of pain and injury made it impossible for him to move the mountain and sea of qi behind his back. He couldn't even move the small circulation of qi. Wanting to use the natural zhenqi of Tianyi Dao to repair his meridians had become an extravagant hope. He could only rely on time to slowly nurture it, or place his hopes on that magical booklet. From this seemingly empty heaven and earth, he could absorb the precious vitality and slowly fill up his empty qi sea. However, the yuan qi in the air was very thin. If he relied on this speed to recover, he would probably still be a cripple after 20 or 30 years. Fan Xian half leaned against the wall of the secret room covered in a wool blanket, and used his powerful state of mind to control his breathing. His instincts made his breathing at this moment a bit hurried and loud. However, it was the dead of night and he was deeply surrounded, so he had to be careful. His body had already been bandaged up. Extremely expensive and effective medicines were being used without any regard for money. On the ground beside him, there was a lot of food and water used to replenish his spirit. Although the secret room was small, the things prepared inside were extremely complete. His cracked sternum began to ache again. His brows furrowed as he thought of the Emperor's powerful and unstoppable fist, and the sound of the gunshot. From the earlier panic in front of the royal palace to the court's strict and effective search, he confirmed that the Emperor had not died to the gunshot. This reality did not make him feel too disappointed. He only began to calculate what path he should take in the future. When the muffled sound of the attack from the heavens punched a deep hole in the royal palace, Fan Xian had already woken up. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked toward the east of the royal palace. He was the first of the tens of thousands of people above and below the palace walls to react and clearly determine the location of the shooter. In this world, he was the most familiar with that sound and understood that chest the best. 3 years ago, Uncle Wu Zhu left Jingdou and went to the distant temple of ice and snow to search for the ultimate answer to who he was. From that day on, the chest left Fan Xian's side. Fan Xian had always thought that Uncle Wu Zhu had taken the chest with him, so he did not have a trace of regret. He knew that the enemy Uncle Wu Zhu was about to face was even more unfathomable, cold, and emotionless than the Emperor. He had not thought that the chest was still in Jingdou. It was just not by his side. Just as the Emperor had confirmed before he fainted, Fan Xian also knew that the person who used the chest was certainly not Uncle Wu Zhu. If Uncle Wu Zhu had truly returned, regardless of whether or not he would use the chest, he would certainly see the tens of thousands of Qing elite soldiers as scarecrows. He would still coldly hold the metal drill in his hand and kill his way directly into the royal palace. Who was the one who fired the gun? Fan Xian guessed for a long time, but he still could not think of it. Even though he thought of a few people, he did not believe it. He could only be sure that the shooter had a very close relationship with him. Otherwise, Uncle Wu Zhu would not put his life in the other party's hands. The attack from the heavens was not part of Fan Xian's plan. The exit he had originally planned was still in the royal palace. He had not thought that people from northern Qi and Dongyi would come and close the last gap in using the Emperor's intentions. Even more terrifyingly, he had not thought that the powerful sword Qi he had comprehended not long ago would be broken by the Emperor's finger. His meridians were in chaos. He was like a cripple and had no way of getting close to the exit. However, this was also good. At least Hongzhu did not have to take such a large risk. When Fan Xian and his group took advantage of the chaos to kill their way out of the square in front of the royal palace, they still encountered great obstacles. Although there was the existence of the attack from outer space, which could inflict divine punishment, and although the third prince stood on the palace walls and tried to use his thin and weak shoulders to help Fan Xian find a way out, the emperor's edict had long been given. How could the tens of thousands of soldiers just watch as these foreign assassins escaped? Fan Xian did not know the specifics of their escape, because he once again fell unconscious. When he woke up, this group of people had already become rabbits being chased. They were all powerful warriors of the present age, but they were either injured or dead. There were only 5 people left running for their lives in Jingdo. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for them to escape. Fan Xian knew that he was a burden, so he left with unusual coldness and valiance. He arranged to meet Haitang and the others at their usual place. A disciple of the sword hut paid the price of his life to send him to the edge of this manor. Then, Fan Xian took advantage of the chaos to sneak in, and finally found an opportunity to rest. Of the 4 9th-level disciples of the sword hut, 1 had fallen in the rain of arrows. In the escape afterward, 2 more had died for Fan Xian's survival. In particular, the 7th disciple, who had killed a dozen Qing aces with his sword and still died to a crossbow, had died in the instant Fan Xian turned the corner of the alley. Fan Xian could see his eyes. Thinking of the light shining out of those eyes, Fan Xian's heart was incomparably heavy. He knew that his debts were even greater than before. If he could survive this time, he could not hide. He would certainly have to do many things to repay his debts. As Fan Xian thought deeply, he adjusted his breathing. The secret room was deathly silent and dark. Presently, his zhenqi had all dissipated, and his eyesight was not as good as usual. He felt around for the water beside him. When his fingers had just touched the canteen, he froze. He raised his head and looked calmly at the dark walls of the secret room. It was as if he could feel that there was a pair of eyes quietly watching him from outside the wall. The well-maintained mechanism had a lot of oil on it. When the door to the secret room was opened, there was not a single sound. It was like a soundless pantomime. Faint light seeped in from outside the secret room and illuminated the pale-faced but calm Fan Xian inside. Fan Xian looked calmly outside. The dim light made the familiar figure outside the secret room appear dark. I thought that if you found out, you would use a hammer to break it. Fan Xian looked at Yan Bingyun and said with a slight smile. Standing behind the fake mountain and looking calmly at Fan Xian in the secret room, Yan Bingyun's heart was a mix of emotions. With just one glance, he knew that Fan Xian had no power to resist. He was silent for a moment and then said, "Don't forget, I grew up in this garden. Although from a young age, my father strictly forbade me from climbing this fake mountain. As you know, children are always curious. How could I not climb? This fake mountain is too big. When I first entered your house, I felt it was strange. I told your father a few times, but he never believed me." Fan Xian coughed and smiled gently. "As expected, if I can find the problem here, of course, you can also find it." Fan Xian was hiding in the fake mountain in Viscount Chenghai's manor. No matter how stormy the Jingdo was, he was hiding in Yan Bingyun's home. Who would have thought of this? If Yan Bingyun had not been carried away on a whim, and tried to open the room where he played hide-and-seek in his childhood, presumably, Fan Xian would have been able to safely pass through this most tense moment with Yan Ruohai's help. "Father doesn't know that I know the secret of this fake mountain," Yan Bingyun said with his head slightly lowered. Yan Bingyun lowered his head slightly and said, "Otherwise he would definitely choose a more suitable place for you to hide." "All right." Fan Xian sighed tiredly. "I knew that my luck in this life was inhumanly good. There would always be a time when my luck would be bad. So it's in this fake mountain." Yan Bingyun was silent for a long time. He then said, "Earlier, I told father that this is council business and cannot be personal, particularly for you. For the sake of the Qing court, I cannot let you go to northern Qi." Chapter 742. Separated by the fake mountain, Yan Bingyun looked at Fan Xian behind the mossy and snowy door. There was no expression on his face, but no one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, he coldly said, You know too many things. Don't forget, I have been at your side for so many years. I know a little about matters of the palace treasury. Furthermore, these years, you have always shifted your focus toward northern Qi. Fanxia is still in Shangjing. If you say you never had plans to betray the court and move to northern Qi, how can I believe that? Fanxian gently coughed and forced a smile. I am also a person of the Qing kingdom. Furthermore, I have an agreement with the emperor. If the emperor survives this time and does not carry out a purge of my people, I will not shed all pretense of cordiality with the court and stand on the side of the northern Qi people. Don't worry about this. This matter concerns the life and death of millions of people. How can I be at ease? Yan Bingyun's voice was very low and he rebuked angrily. I don't care what strange agreement you have with the emperor. If things change in the future and you leave the Qing kingdom alive and go to Shangjing, who knows whether or not you will go crazy from anger and do those disgusting things. Disgusting? Are you talking about selling the secrets of the palace treasury to northern Qi, or helping the Qi people attack the Qing kingdom southward? Fan Xian smiled slightly mockingly. One has to keep some promises in one's life. As long as the emperor keeps his promise, none of this will happen. You should know that the assassination attempt in the palace this time is only a small-scale battle. I have not used all of my weapons. As long as I am alive, the emperor must be forced to accept the agreement between me and him last night. Fan Xian's eyes became icy. He doesn't want the world to fall into chaos, so he cannot act against my people. No matter how angry he is for the sake of his great cause, he must endure. Don't forget, those people are also people you are familiar with. They were once your companions, your friends, and your colleagues. If you kill me now, the power in my hands will no longer have a leader. To put it bluntly, without a leader, the emperor can slowly carve them out with a soft knife. Are you saying that you want those people you were once familiar with to fall one by one under the emperor's butcher knife? Fan Xian stared into Yan Bingyun's eyes and enunciated each word clearly. Yan Bingyun was silent for a moment. He then replied, "It looks like you've thought about this matter for a long time. You must know that there can only be one sun in the sky and one emperor in the world. If you are alive, even if you endure it silently and don't act, the Qing court will still be forcefully split in two by you under the surface balance. For the Qing kingdom, this is not a good thing. I just want the people I want to protect to live. For this goal, I have to live. In the future, I will stand on a high hill far away and coldly look at His Majesty and you in the palace. I think it will also make you wary. But don't forget, if you die, the officials and subordinates in the council will one day have to accept this reality. The emperor has great talent and strategy. He will certainly have a way to take back the Overwatch Council, and even your subordinates in Jiangnan." Yan Bingyun stared into his eyes and said, "On the surface, you want to protect their lives, but in reality? In reality, you are only using the power of these people to threaten the emperor and the court. You insist on not dying, because you are using the Overwatch Council as a private weapon to continue your own intentions. Why not?" Fan Xian gently coughed and looked at Yan Bingyun with slightly narrowed eyes. "Regardless of whether it is the director or you, they have both said it." Yan Bingyun's face was calm. "The Overwatch Council is a public weapon, not a private weapon. How can you use the public weapon of a country for your own personal gain? This is where I disagree with you. Is that so?" A slight coldness appeared in Fan Xian's eyes. Coldly and mockingly he said, "The Overwatch Council is a public weapon. I cannot use it for my own gain. Then, why didn't you stand out bravely and rebuke the emperor when he used the Overwatch Council for his own gain?" These words directly struck Yan Bingyun's heart. He stared at Fan Xian in a daze, unable to digest these words. In the hearts of all the officials in this world, the emperor was the court, the Qing kingdom, and the public. The Overwatch Council was a public weapon, so it was the knife in the emperor's hand. Don't forget what you said yourself. The Overwatch Council is a public weapon, not the emperor's private weapon. In the end, the person on the throne is only one person. Don't use him to represent the will of the world. Fan Xian looked at Yan Bingyun coldly and said, "Since it is a public weapon, naturally, it belongs to the virtuous. Yes, I am not a virtuous person. But do you dare to say that the emperor is also a virtuous person? Since he and I are only a pair of bastards, old and young, then it is very simple who the public weapon of the Overwatch Council belongs to. Fan Xian no longer looked at Yan Bingyun's expression. He picked up the canteen and took a sip with difficulty. Coldly he said, "This council was set up by Yi Qingmei and left to me by Chen Pingping. What right does the emperor have to take it? What right do you have to say such senseless things to me?" The Overwatch Council is an organization used to monitor the emperor. If it becomes the emperor's secret organization, you might as well not be the director of the Overwatch Council. He put down the canteen and reprimanded in a disdainful and bored tone. There was a death-like silence. Waves of shock rose in Yan Bingyun's heart. He had always thought that Fan Xian was only grieving over Chen Pingping's death, so he had bravely stood against the emperor. He had not thought that in Fan Xian's heart, there was no innate dignity of imperial power. This kind of treasonous and rebellious argument was difficult for Sir Yin Jr. to digest. He was silent for a long time, but still could not wrap his head around it. Director Chen had never taught him this, and Fan Xian had never said this before. The Overwatch Council was used to monitor the emperor? What kind of joke was this? Glancing lightly at Yan Bingyun's expression out of the corner of his eye, a powerful sense of disappointment flashed through Fan Xian's heart. He knew that in this world other than Chen Pingping, who had been deeply influenced by his mother, and himself, no one else could accept this. Even his father, far away in Danzhou, would probably find it difficult to accept this. It was only because of him that his father had gradually grown apart from the Qing court. Yan Bingyun raised his head and looked calmly at Fan Xian. He was about to make a decision. For the benefit of the Qing court and the goal he had fought for in his life, he could not allow Fan Xian to bring too many secrets and throw too much power into the arms of a foreign enemy. However, if he truly had to take action and send him into the palace, Yan Bingyun knew that Fan Xian would certainly die today. Fan Xian did not seem to be in a rush. He just waited for Yan Bingyun's decision. At this moment, a tired, old, and indifferent voice sounded in the shadow of the rockery. "It's so late. What's there to talk about? What's so good about letting those old maids hear gossip?" Yan Bingyun's body froze. He recognized that the speaker was his father. He turned around with unusual difficulty. The fists in his sleeves were clenched tightly. After a moment of silence, he knew that his father was reminding him of something. If others knew that Fan Xian was hiding in his manor, then he would have no choice but to kill him. His father had spoken at the moment he made his decision. Naturally, it was giving him the strongest warning. Without Yan Ruohai's help, how could Fan Xian, with his meridians in a mess after being heavily injured, hide in the secret room in the fake mountain? How could his body be bandaged? How could there be food and water by his side? Yan Bingyun knew that his father's seemingly warm and normal words were using his father-son relationship to threaten him. If he really decided to harm Fan Xian, then this family would probably be destroyed from now on. Fan Xian calmly looked at Yan Ruohai in the darkness. He looked at the old man of the fourth bureau and smiled with difficulty. In a low voice he said, "Let's not talk about this. You can go back first." Following this, he said coldly to Yan Bingyun, "Naturally, you won't hear what I say." In the first cabinet of the council, there are a few files I took from King Jing's manor. When you have time these days, go take a look. These words were spoken lightly. It was as if Fan Xian was certain that Yan Bingyun would not act against him. Yan Bingyun stood silently for a long time with his eyes tightly closed. Finally, he left the fake mountain and walked toward his own manor. His decision to leave quietly had probably destroyed some of the stubbornness in his heart. It made the figure of his back appear somewhat desolate. No one will come to the fake mountain. Don't worry. Yan Ruohai walked to the bottom of the fake mountain and smiled warmly. What you said about the council earlier was very true. I hope he can understand some of it. Fan Xian smiled slightly and replied, "Why don't you teach me by example and use your own head to protect mine? Everything is for the Qing kingdom. In the end, Yan Bingyun cannot bear to use your life and death to prove his creed. Since everything has a price, presumably he will slowly think it through." In all of Jingdou, other than the Yan father and son, no one knew of Fan Xian's whereabouts. The search for him in Jingdou continued like a raging fire. There was no let-up at all. Countless streets, alleys, and private residences had been turned over. What the Qing court found strange was that Fan Xian, heavily injured and unable to move, had disappeared from people's sight like a wandering spirit. The Overwatch Council was also cooperating with the court's edict. They were carrying out intelligence work in various areas, but they had found nothing. This time, the main focus of the search was the military and internal court. The Overwatch Council was only cooperating, so their affairs were not very busy. The present director of the Overwatch Council, Yan Bingyan, was not as busy and nervous as Yi Zhong and Eunuch Yao, unable to sleep. On the contrary, the square and sinister building on Tianhe Avenue had many more images of him reading seriously. That night, Yan Bingyan listened to Fan Xian's words and began to read seriously the letters and files hidden in the first room. He read seriously for 3 days and 3 nights before he finished. Only then did he know that these were the memorials and letters Yi Qingmei had written to the emperor. They systematically described many plans for the Qing kingdom's future. However, these plans were too daring. No, it should be said that they were treasonous. These poison-like words made Yan Bingyan feel his fingers holding the paper begin to burn. In his shock, he didn't look closely. He only picked the words about the origins of the Overwatch Council and read them seriously. He knew that the Overwatch Council was a yamen that Fan Xian's mother, the young lady of the Yi family, had single-handedly created. Why was there an Overwatch Council in the world? Perhaps he could find the answer in these letters and files. Was the Overwatch Council's purpose not to do everything for the Qing kingdom and the emperor? Why were there not many mentions of the person on the dragon chair, or the person who might sit on the dragon chair in the future? Regardless of whether Yan Bingyan wanted to read them or dared to read them, the words that were not very elegant still crawled into his heart like a demon. He began to think deeply and spaced out. He began to feel that perhaps the night he was threatened by his father and forced to accept Fan Xian in his manner was not a completely wrong decision that was harmful to the Qing court. He walked to the window in the secret room and looked through the glass at a corner of the royal palace under the dusk light. He narrowed his eyes slightly and felt that the reflected red light was piercing his eyes. After a slight pause, he pulled out a piece of black cloth from a corner of his desk. Carefully, he placed it over the glass window, blocking out the view of the royal palace. It was as if only by doing this could he feel more at ease. In the palace, the emperor had been heavily injured by the assassins. Fortunately, he did not die. He was only unconscious and awake at times. No one knew what his situation was today. It was this valiant emperor who occasionally woke up and calmly, even coldly, gave a series of orders to pursue and attack. He wanted to keep Fan Xian in the Qing kingdom's territory. On the contrary, the court did not care much about the assassins from northern Qi and Dongyi, as well as the assassins who had luckily survived. Yan Bingyan lifted a corner of the black cloth and looked at the glorious royal palace with narrowed eyes. He thought of another matter. It seemed that other than chasing after Fan Xian or searching for his body, the internal court was faintly searching for something. In the emperor's heart, it seemed that something was even more important than Fan Xian. What could it be? The light snow fell intermittently. The square in front of the royal palace no longer had any marks from a few days ago. The blood mixed with the snow had long been washed clean, revealing the clean and tidy stones below. The arrow marks that filled the sky did not leave behind any evidence. Only the green bricks on the vermilion walls of the royal palace, as well as a few frightening deep holes on the bluestone ground on the west side, indicated the cruelty of that day. At the same time, it proved to the passers-by that the terrifying attack from beyond the heavens really did exist, and was not just a movement that people imagined. Fan Ruoruo wore a large snow-white robe, and stood quietly in front of the secluded palace doors below the royal palace, waiting for the imperial army and guards to jointly examine the token to enter the palace. After Scholar he was assassinated in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The defenses of all of the yamens in Jingdo had been tightened to a state of war. She knew that what truly terrified the court was the matter of the emperor being assassinated. However, this matter was still hidden within a certain range, and had not spread among the people. Fan Ruoruo had already personally ordered her to enter the palace after she woke up. The Imperial Academy of Medicine had personally gone to the Fan Manor to invite her. This was not only because Fan Ruorwo's medical skills, which she had inherited from Qing Shan and Fei Jie, had reached a certain realm. More importantly, the serious injury the Emperor had suffered was not the internal injuries and sword marks left by the assassins. The most fatal injury was the metal shrapnel that had flown into the flesh of the Emperor's chest. Everyone knew that in the entire world, only the young lady of the Fan family knew this strange method of treatment called surgery. On the way here, Fan Ruorwo had already learned of the current condition of the Emperor's body from the mouth of the royal doctor. Knowing that the Emperor had not died under her shot, Fan Ruorwo did not know what kind of feelings she had in her heart. Strangely, she did not feel overly disappointed. She only felt a bit lost. She had lived in the palace for a full 5 months, and stayed in the royal study for 5 months. It could even be said that she was the woman who had stayed by the Emperor's side the longest these years. She knew very well what kind of person the gradually aging Emperor was. More importantly, the way this Emperor treated Fan Ruorwo was indeed different from others. Be careful after you enter the palace. If it is inconvenient for the Emperor, and you want to stay in the palace for treatment, you have to send a message to the manor. King Jing's heir, Li Hongqing, stood by Fan Ruorwo's side and warned her in a quiet voice. There was worry that could not be hidden between his brows. Treating the Emperor's illness had always been a terrifying matter. What was even more terrifying was that the Emperor's injuries could not be separated from Fan Xian. Yet Fan Ruorwo was Fan Xian's favorite sister. Thinking of how Fan Ruorwo had been placed under house arrest in the palace a few months ago, Li Hongqing felt a strong worry in his heart. Yes. Fan Ruorwo smiled slightly. The indifference and frost on her face gradually melted. She lowered her head and bowed toward Hongqing. She and the imperial doctor were led by the guards toward the royal palace. She had always known of Li Hongqing's intentions, and was deeply moved by it. Particularly these few days, the Fan Manor had been repeatedly searched. Regardless of whether it was Lin Wan'er's status as a princess or Fan Ruorwo's position in the Emperor's heart, in the face of the great crimes Fan Xian had committed, they all became things that did not need to be mentioned. After returning from Shilyang Road, Li Hongqing, who had taken up the position of deputy of the Bureau of Military Affairs, did not avoid suspicion at all. Bravely, he held down the fort in the Fan Manor and suppressed the wolf-like soldiers. Without Li Hongqing, the days of the Fan Manor would probably be much more difficult. Walking through the quiet and cold palace gate, the sound of footsteps rang out quietly. Fan Ruorwo lowered her head slightly. She felt that what her brother had said in the past was right. Life had always been a play, and it was often an absurd play. The Emperor had almost died to her spear, yet she was going to treat his injury. Up until the moment Fan Ruorwo entered the palace, she still had not made up her mind on how to respond. She knew that the Emperor had already woken up. Fortunately, the Emperor had woken up and sent down an edict. Thus, the Fan Manor had not suffered a disaster. Given the crimes Fan Xian had committed, the entire Fan Manor would probably be taken into prison. At most, Lin Wan'er, Fan Ruorwo, and the children would be brought into the palace. However, the Emperor had not sent down this edict. This made Fan Ruorwo admire her sister-in-law's choice not to leave the capital that day. Although no one knew exactly what Fan Xian and the Emperor had said the night before the palace coup and what agreement they had reached, at least Lin Wan'er had guessed something. Presently, Jingdo was only desperately chasing after Fan Xian, and did not use lightning speed to suppress the people Fan Xian protected. The Fan Manor not leaving the capital and returning to Danzhou was, without question, an expression of an attitude. It was an attitude to test how sincere the Emperor was in fulfilling his promise. Thinking of this, Fan Ruorwo admired her sister-in-law's calm state of mind in the face of danger. She felt a sense of worship for her brother, Fan Xian, that had long been rooted in her heart. In this world other than her brother, who else could force a powerful ruler to suppress his anger after being attacked by an assassin? The palace was right in front of her eyes. Fan Ruorwo gradually calmed her emotions. She had only been at Jiaxing Tower to help her brother escape Jingdo. When all was said and done, she could not feel too much hatred toward the Emperor. After all, 20 years ago, the death of the pitiful infant she had never seen was too far away from her. On the last day of the first month, the steps of the 12th year of the Qing calendar finally landed firmly on this land. However, the footsteps of the Qing court still could not be steady. Although the emperor could already sit up and examine memorials, he could not exhaust himself too much. He Zhongwei of the Hall of Governmental Affairs had died, and key officials in various departments had been ruthlessly eliminated by Fan Xian. For a moment, the court was a bit chaotic. Fortunately, Hu the scholar fought with his old life, and did not return to his manor for 7 consecutive days and nights. At least, the important matters of court were not delayed too much. The footsteps in the shadows continued to step chaotically. Jingdo appeared to have returned to normal, but in reality, it was still under strict control. In particular, the work of capturing and killing those assassins never relaxed. The Qing court had to be proud of this matter. The 9th-level aces who had first been heavily injured by the emperor, and then shot by tens of thousands of arrows should still be trapped in Jingdo, passing their days in fear. In such a large capital, they were able to strictly seal off the possibility of these aces escaping. One reason was because these aces were too heavily injured. Another reason was that one had to admit the terror of the Qing kingdom's national machinery. At present, the deaths of 5 assassins had been confirmed. Their bodies had already been transported into the royal palace. Of the known assassins, at least 3 were still missing. They were the foremost ace in the northern Qi royal palace, Sir Lang Tiao, the youngest disciple of Dongyi's sword hut, and northern Qi's saint girl, Haiteng Duo. These 3 had almost been captured a few times in Jingdo. Each time, they had paid the price of fresh blood before escaping wretchedly. As for Fan Xian, not even a shadow had been found. Fan Xian had disappeared, and so had his shadow. Only now did the Qing officials responsible for the killing realize that the people the Overwatch Council had raised were indeed too talented in these areas. However, the officials still had confidence because Sir Fan Jr.'s injuries were too heavy. The emperor had said that his meridians had been destroyed, and would not recover within a year. On the other side, the court officials who entered the palace every night to report on the progress and hand in memorials to the emperor couldn't help but see another scene that they had long gotten used to but now found particularly strange. The emperor lay weakly in a pile of blankets. A woman wearing normal clothes served the emperor coldly and carefully, bringing him medicine and feeding him. The woman was the young lady of the Fan family. The court officials had long gotten used to seeing her appearance in the past 5 months. They had not expected that she would come back after only a day out. Hadn't Sir Fan Jr. become an imperial criminal who had tried to assassinate the emperor? How could his sister still serve at the emperor's side? What was Manager Yao thinking? Was he not worried that the young lady of the Fan family would do something bad? Not only was the young lady of the Fan family serving the emperor in the palace every day, but even the Fan Manor, which everyone saw as a place of death, did not seem to have become hell. The people inside lived as usual. Princess Chun, Lin Wan would enter the palace every few days to bring the emperor some fresh food and joke with him. What was going on? The emperor was probably going crazy from wanting to kill Sir Fan Jr., but he did not want to make things difficult for his wife and sister. This scene was truly too preposterous and absurd, and it was truly difficult for others to understand. The depressing atmosphere in Jingdo was finally broken one day at the beginning of February. Eunuch Yao received a top-secret message. That night, after a long conversation with the injured and tired emperor in the royal study, countless internal court and military people quietly gathered from all directions the next day, and came to the front door of Viscount Qinghai's manor. The moment the morning light rose, the green buds on the trees were still sleeping under the bark when the front door of the Yen Manor was suddenly blown open. Soldiers gathered from all directions and guarded all directions. Over 20 aces leaped over the high courtyard walls. They seemed to know where their target was and headed straight for the fake mountain in the back garden. Eunuch Yao held his hands in his sleeves and waited calmly outside the Yen Manor. He had no intention of entering the manor to speak. This manor was not a simple place. Putting aside how long Sir Yen Ruohai had operated in the Overwatch Council, the present young master of the Yen Manor was, after all, the director of the Overwatch Council. This operation had not leaked any information to the Overwatch Council. Once they actually captured the noble in the Yen Manor, Yin Bingyun would not be able to explain it no matter what. Sir Yin Jr. was wearing a nightgown. With a serious expression, he looked at the arrogant soldiers searching everywhere in the manor. The anger in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. However, his expression remained calm. The most successful spy in the Qin kingdom had a strong will. It was not something normal people could compare to. He did not hurry toward his father's residence in the back of the garden. He just stood in the bedroom door and watched coldly as everything happened. On the bed behind him, his wife, Lady Shen, slowly sat up and asked in a trembling voice, "What happened?" "Do you not know what happened?" Yin Bingyun didn't even turn his head. His voice was squeezed into a cold line. Sitting on the bed, Shen Wan'er's expression changed drastically. A moment later, she replied in a trembling voice, "What did you say?" "Only my father and I know. And it was you who reminded me first." A bitter smile rose to the corners of Yin Bingyun's lips. "Back then, it was indeed I who betrayed you. But it has been so many years. I thought you had long forgotten. Furthermore, we are husband and wife. I didn't think that you would still be unwilling to let the Yin family be ruined and destroyed." Shen Wan'er's body began to tremble. She knew that her husband had already seen through what she had done. Facing Yin Bingyun's back, she said in a wretched voice, "How could I have such thoughts? However, he is in the end a criminal. If the court finds out, how can our family escape responsibility? Besides, he has always been a powerful person. If he says he hid in here himself and the manor didn't find him, the court would believe it. Yes, our family has the merit of being the first, but we are also guilty of sheltering." Yin Bingyun's smile appeared dark, cold and bitter. "I still don't understand. Why did you do this? You are a Northern Qi person. When did you become so loyal to the Qin court?" A clamor came from the courtyard of the Yin manor, but the master's bedroom was very quiet. Behind Yin Bingyun, Shen Wan'er lowered her head and was silent for a long time. Finally, she bravely raised her head. Her eyes were filled with hatred that could not be shaken off. "Why? What did you say? Don't forget, I am your wife. Yes, that matter has nothing to do with you, but do you dare to say that it has nothing to do with Fan Xian?" Lady Shen's voice was not very loud, but it appeared particularly sorrowful and hateful. She looked at Yin Bingyun's back and cried bitterly. "My father was killed by the Northern Qi Emperor's envoy, Shang Shanhu. Immediately after, my entire family was raided and destroyed. You have no idea what it means to destroy a family. My entire family of over 200 people is dead. My 3-year-old brother is also dead. Who did this? This was done by the Northern Qi Emperor. But do you really think I don't know that this was all the idea of Fan Xian, and that woman called Haitang?" Lady Shen's eyes were filled with a hateful light. "But what could I do? Fan Xian is your superior, your friend, and the person you never say, but in reality, admire the most. How could I expect you to avenge my family of over 200 people? Since he dared to escape to my side and let me discover him, I cannot miss this opportunity." After Lady Shen finished saying these words, she knew that no matter how things developed, it would be impossible to win back the heart of the man in front of her. Her entire body went limp as she sat on the bed. She couldn't help but be shocked. Why did a woman like her, who didn't understand anything, do such a daring thing driven by hatred? Yin Bingyun's body froze slightly, but he didn't have any reaction. He only sighed in his heart, feeling a bit lost. The fake mountain in the back garden had already been forcefully dug out by the soldiers. They looked at the dust-covered secret room inside that looked like no one had ever been in before, and couldn't help but freeze where they stood. Yen Ruahai, who had been startled out of the room by the noise, acted as if he didn't know anything. He furrowed his brows and looked at the soldiers responsible for killing the criminals, and the internal court aces. In a cold voice he said, "What is going on? I've been hiding in the manor, but I've never worried that something would happen." In the carriage, Fan Xian leaned comfortably against the soft cushions. Although the meridians in his body were still a mess, and he was worse than a cripple, this could not affect his good mood. At least he was out of Jingdo. Looking at the more vivid scenery around Jingdo, he felt happy for some reason. When he left the Yin manor, he didn't know what had happened. He also didn't know that Lady Shen had never forgotten the massacre of the Shen Manor in Shangjing in the 5th year of the Qin calendar. He trusted in old Sir Yan's abilities. The Yan father and son were both skilled figures in the Overwatch Council. How could they not have sensed the strange movements in their own manor? It was still the valiant power of the Yan manor that had finally found an opportunity to send Fan Xian out of Jingdou. The carriage was traveling on the dimly lit road in the mountains. The driver was an official of the Overwatch Council, but he was not an old subordinate Fan Xian was familiar with. He was also not an old member of the Qinian unit. Since the Yan manor was at ease in letting this official manage this matter, presumably, they had sufficient confidence in his loyalty. That is the director's good fortune, the Overwatch Council official driving the carriage said with a smile. Otherwise, the director would not have found such an opportunity to send you out of Jingdou. Of the two directors, the first was Fan Xian, and the second was Yan Bingyan. The official was silent for a moment and then suddenly said, "The director wants me to ask you one last thing. You promised him not to go to Northern Qi and not to betray the court. Can you really do it?" "This damned lump of ice." Fan Xian scolded jokingly. "Since I've said it, I will do it. I'm not like the old cripple who has no inhibitions. After you return to the capital, help me give this letter to Yan Bingyan. Have him think of a way to deliver it to the emperor's desk," Fan Xian instructed after thinking for a moment. He handed over a thin letter. The contents of the letter were simple. He had already left Jingdou and would fulfill the contents of the agreement he made with the emperor that night. He also asked the emperor to abide by the emperor's promise of one word. He also wished the emperor good health and to take care. The main reason for this unnecessary action was because of his friends who were still sealed in Jingdou. Fan Xian knew that the emperor's main target was him. If he could escape Jingdou alive, then there was not much meaning in wasting the country's power, stirring up more discussion, and keeping 13th Wang and the others in Jingdou. The carriage made a few turns in the outskirts of Jingdou and made a few circles. Using the secret paths in the mountains as well as a few transfer points the Overwatch Council had prepared, it took a full 3 days to arrive outside a city in a neighboring province. The carriage would not enter the city. Instead, it chose to carry out the handover here. Looking at the familiar face, Fan Xian couldn't resist smiling. "I feel much more at ease now that you're here." Wang Qinian, who had rushed back to the Qin kingdom from Shangjing in northern Qi, and had been waiting outside Jingdou to receive him, had disguised himself as an old man. His face was full of wrinkles. Entering the carriage, he checked on Fan Xian's injuries and couldn't help feeling heavy. He was not in the mood to joke and shook his head. "What do I have to disguise myself as?" Wang Qinian took out cosmetics and flowery clothes from his clothes. Forcing a smile, he said, "I have to disguise myself as my daughter-in-law." Fan Xian laughed bitterly. He didn't make a pretentious gesture and accepted it. "It's much more convenient for you to disguise yourself as an old man than it is for me." While he was changing, Wang Qinian couldn't resist lowering his voice and asking, "Sir, from the beginning, did you already plan to be able to leave Jingdou?" "I'm not an immortal. Plans can't always keep up with changes." Fan Xian smiled bitterly. "If I could win in the palace, I wouldn't have to leave the capital. Since I lost, I had to make sure I survived. Fortunately, my luck is as good as ever. I heard that is not a place people go. Not many people can go. Those who dare to go are all dead." "Who said they're all dead?" "Ku He is alive. Shaowen is also alive. Aren't my uncle and my mother all alive and well?" Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. It was as if he was searching for the backs of those people. In a quiet voice he said, "Just surviving is not enough. This time, I still lost in Jingdou. Other than going to the temple to find my uncle, what other choice do I have? This is something I had thought about a long time ago. You don't have to stop me." Wang Qinian's expression was a bit ugly. He muttered, "It's not that I want to stop you. Who in this world dares to stop you? Other than the emperor, those who dare to stop you are probably all dead. However, the temple is not the royal palace. It is a place where immortals live. I'm afraid that even if I took you and searched for decades, we wouldn't be able to find a place. Our goal is to not mess around." Fan Xian coughed and forcefully used his will to control the burning pain in his meridians. He forced a smile and said, "You don't have to be too afraid." This was something Fan Xian had thought about. He knew more about the illusory temple than anyone else in the world. He could even faintly capture the true background of the temple. Of course, this was all just a guess. The emperor was so powerful that he had even survived the gunshot and woken up. Fan Xian knew that after this battle, the emperor would never personally leave the palace and risk his life. The situation placed between Fan Xian and the emperor was a mutual restraint based on the long conversation the father and son had before they attacked. In the end, this was a battle between the two of them. Regardless of whether it was the Qing emperor or Fan Xian, neither wanted the flames of war to spread to the world. Thus, Fan Xian had suffered a crushing defeat. He had to find a power that could defeat the emperor. He could not find it in the world. He could only search in the sky. Fan Xian's mood was slightly heavy. He knew what a lofty existence the temple was in the hearts of the people. He was very worried about Wu Zhu's safety. For the sake of his meridians and many other goals, he had no choice but to make this dangerous trip to the temple. "How do we go?" Wang Qinian gently pulled on the reins and asked a very practical question. Everyone respected the temple, but no one knew where it was. "North. Keep going north. All the way north," Fan Xian said. Chapter 743. The wind came from the north, but the people in the wind were heading north. The carriage circled around Shao Mountain and quietly brushed past the empty space between Yanjing and Sangzhou. Just as it was about to reach the North Sea, it began to snow again at the end of February. This place was cold and different from the surrounding wilderness. The carriage was covered in a thin layer of snow. It was like black bread covered in crumbs as it slowly moved along the road in the wilderness. Wang Qinian, who was driving the carriage, wore a raincoat that barely blocked the snow. However, his eyelashes and the beard above his lips were still frozen by the snow. He looked wretched. However, his eyes, which usually appeared muddy and lifeless, appeared clear and sharp in the wind and snow. They slowly swept past the two sides of the road, not letting go of any suspicious movements. Wang Qinian was already very old, but such a heavy snowstorm still did not make him show any signs of fatigue. This old man was as thin as a monkey, but his muscles were like a kind of bone. He was full of strength and spirit. Such a long and difficult journey did not make him feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. It was only thanks to this powerful figure of one of the two wings of the Overwatch Council that he was able to continuously disguise himself along the way, make connections, and forge documents to break through the Qing court's countless inspection lines and successfully bring the carriage to a place not far from the border. Back then, he had been a great bandit who moved freely in the north of the land. Using him to make a living was very suitable. After the carriage passed through a col and crossed a small bridge over a snowy stream, Wang Qinian finally let out a breath. He knew that the carriage had already crossed the border and entered northern Qi territory. There was no longer anything that could endanger the life of the man in the carriage. Immediately after, a bitter smile rose to the corners of Wang Qinian's lips. He really didn't know what day it was and how the situation had developed to this state. They were all Qing people, yet they had to step into enemy territory to feel truly safe. Feeling the carriage beneath him shake, Fan Xian slowly woke up in the carriage. His years of professional life allowed him to clearly sense that the road the carriage rolled over was different from the road he had been fleeing on these days. Although there was no zhenqi in his body, the subtle feeling of his 36,000 pores and skin had not disappeared. He adjusted the thick sheepskin draped over his body and coughed lightly twice. He lifted a corner of the window and looked out of the carriage. He saw that the carriage was traveling on a somewhat familiar wooden bridge. Across the bridge was a similar scenery, but the aura was definitely not the same. It was winter. No matter how familiar the scenery was, it would still be different. However, Fan Xian was still able to accurately tell from the direction of the stream and the small hills on either side that the carriage was passing through Wudu. Back then, he had traveled to northern Qi as a young immortal poet. Along the way, Shaoan had come to this place. It was also here that he had seen the begonia for the first time. How could he forget? Fan Xian's face was very pale, without a trace of blood. Even his thin lips appeared dim. The injuries in his body still showed no signs of improving. The meridians that had been shattered by the emperor's finger were still riddled with holes. Without Jinchi to protect his body, the days of running and tiredness, as well as the harsh cold outside the carriage, had finally made him fall ill again. The thick sheepskin wrapped around his body. Only his head was exposed. There was a small heater in the carriage, but it seemed to have no heat at all. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed in a daze at the northern Qi land on the other side of the bridge. He gently exhaled a breath of hot air and sank into deep thought. In his direct confrontation with the emperor, Fan Xian had already unleashed the peak of his strength he could reach in his life. However, he had still been destroyed by one finger. The meridians in his body had been shattered too badly. The natural Jinqi of Tianyi Dao contained in his minor circulation had been forced to scatter among his internal organs and was unable to condense. The only thing that seemed to be of some use was the mysterious little book Ku he had left him. However, the yuanqi between heaven and earth was too thin. If it continued to repair like this, it would take many years. After Wudu, not far away was the northern sea. The meridians in his body were all shattered. Fan Xian naturally thought of the begonia. Back then, the meridians in his body had all been shattered. He had completely relied on Haitang's careful care and treatment in Jiangnan. This time, his injuries were even more serious. He didn't know if Haitang had escaped from Jingdou or not. Fan Xian was not too worried about the shadow's safety because he understood what was most similar to him. As long as they plunged into the sea of people, no matter what identity they used, they would be able to live well and safely. Furthermore, they would live well. However, Haitang and 13th Wang were different. Although the two of them were the top young warriors in the world, in the end, they had not specially studied these survival skills. Fan Xian did not know much news from Jingdou. When he was hiding in the fake mountain in the Yan Manor, old Sir Yan Ruahai would give him daily updates on the current situation in Jingdou. He knew that the emperor had already woken up. After leaving the capital, he and Wang Qinian only moved forward in silence. They took the initiative to cut off all contact with the old subordinates of the Overwatch Council and the various powers under Fan Xian's control. It was for safety. It was also part of the agreement Fan Xian and the emperor had reached. Fan Xian knew that as long as he did not die, the emperor would not act against those people. It would not be appropriate for him to take the initiative to contact them. The chilly wind poured in from outside the window. Fan Xian's narrowed eyes narrowed even more. He had not thought that the weather at the end of February would still be so cold. He couldn't help but worry about the trip to the temple in a few days. Given his weak body, how could he stand against the bone-chilling cold? Fan Xian pulled all of his hands and feet into the thick sheepskin. Tiredly and haggard, he leaned against the window and allowed the snowflakes to hit his face. Calmly, he looked at the winter woods on the other side of the bridge. He thought of the flower girl holding a flower basket standing quietly like this in the woods that year. If she was by his side at this moment, perhaps the trip to the temple would be much easier. Heaven follows one's wishes. These 4 words seemed to describe Fan Xian's current situation. Fan Xian looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared in the winter woods, and the flowers that appeared in the expanse of white. He couldn't help but wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Time to take your medicine. The carriage passed the wooden bridge and came to a steady stop. Wang Qinian rubbed his hands together and crawled into the carriage. He scooped a bowl of medicinal soup that had been kept warm on the stove and brought it in front of Fan Xian. Earlier, he had heard Fan Xian cough and felt worried. Fan Xian extended his hand out from the sheepskin and pointed with a smile at the winter woods in the distance outside the window. The medicine is there. What surprised Fan Xian was that 13th Wang was also waiting for him at Wudu with Haitang. In contrast to when he tried to assassinate the emperor in front of Taiji Palace, 13th Wang's silent and determined figure flashed out from behind Haitang and calmly watched the approaching carriage. The curtain of the carriage lifted and snowflakes flew in. Fan Xian looked at these 2 sworn friends and forced the corners of his lips to twitch. It was as if he wanted to smile but couldn't. In the end, he only sighed and said, "I didn't think you would run faster than me. We left the capital later than you did." Haitang patted the ice off her thick jacket and sat by Fan Xian's side. Perhaps she was thinking of their encounter in Jingdo last month. The smile of reunion on the girl's face gradually faded. Calmly she said, I heard that later, because you escaped Jingdo first, the Qing court search weakened. Only then did we have a chance. Fan Xian nodded. He coughed and then said, as long as you're alive it's good. There's no need for words of thanks between us. The Jingdo incident originally had something to do with your two strange teachers. If there is to be thanks, in the end, you should be thanking me. Haitang sighed and looked at his pale face in a daze. Shaking her head with a smile, she said, I had thought that after this battle, you would mature a bit. I didn't expect you to still like to joke. Mature? The first 20 years of my life have long matured. With great difficulty, I've regained some of my youth. How could I abandon it? Fan Xian replied with a smile and turned to 13th Wang. After a moment of silence he asked, how are your injuries? From the moment 13th Wang entered Fan Xian's sight, Fan Xian had acutely sensed that there was something wrong with 13th Wang's body. The right arm that the emperor had killed seemed to be unable to recover. For a swordsman who was sincere and devoted to the sword to have his hand half crippled was, without question, a fatal blow. However, 13th Wang's expression did not change at all. In a quiet voice he replied, your old man's zhenqi is too tyrannical. The meridians and muscles in my right arm have all been twisted to mush. There is no way to heal it. I tried on the road, but the effect was only SOSO. Haitang Duoduo glanced at 13th Wang worriedly. Along the way, the two great grandmasters' favorite disciples had broken through together, and were already familiar with each other. Fan Xian coughed and calmly said, let me take a look. After saying this, two of his fingers were already on 13th Wang's pulse. Immediately after, one of his hands moved up like a dragon's claw. He carefully squeezed 13th Wang's weak right arm. The expression on his face grew heavier and heavier. 13th Wang was silent for a moment and then said, I've been injured many times in my life. It's not a big deal. Fan Xian shook his head and said, buy some top-quality gold needles in Shangjing. Let me try. Following this, he turned around and used his fist to cover his mouth. After coughing forcefully, he panted and said, at this point, what is there to hide between us? Teach him the method of Tianyi Dao. Haitang was silent for a moment, and then nodded her head. The zhenqi of Tianyi Dao had a strange effect on repairing meridians. Although it was a secret of Qing Mountain that was not passed on, Haitang had secretly taught it to Fan Xian. Using it to save 13th Wang's swordsmanship was doable. 13th Wang abruptly raised his head. He heard some good information from Fan Xian's words. Even though he was a brave man who cared little for external things, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Can this injury be cured? Not necessarily, but we still have to try. Fan Xian closed his eyes tiredly. At least eating shouldn't be a problem. However, if you want to return to your original realm, I'm afraid it won't be possible. I advise you to start training your left hand again right now. Your left hand is good. Back in the day, there was someone called Jing Wuming who was famous for his left hand. Of course, he hit his right hand even deeper. If you can train both hands, that would be impressive. There was a moment of silence in the carriage. 13th Wang suddenly smiled calmly and said, then I'll train my left hand first. Later, when I have time, I'll train my right hand. Haitang Duoduo looked calmly at Fan Xian, who had his eyes closed and face pale. Countless strange emotions rose in her heart. These years, she and Fan Xian had not seen much and parted often. However, the two of them never needed many words to know each other's intentions. At this moment, Haitang Duoduo suddenly realized that she could not see through Fan Xian. During the battle in the royal palace in Jingdo, Haitang Duoduo had clearly and shockingly discovered that Fan Xian had already faintly surpassed the upper 9th level realm that people knew of. He firmly suppressed her and 13th Wang. Just by looking at how he could exchange a few blows with the Qing emperor and injure him, one could see how terrifying Fan Xian's present strength had reached. Have you already understood something? Haitang asked a question that had no head or tail. Fan Xian immediately understood. He opened his eyes and shook his head. Smiling slightly, he said, if I truly understood, I wouldn't have lost so badly in the royal palace. With these words, the three young people in the carriage sank into silence at the same time. Their thoughts seemed to return to that snowstorm in the royal palace. These three were the most powerful and promising young aces in the world, as well as the best assassin in the world. When faced with that bright yellow figure, they still appeared minuscule. Thinking of the Qing emperor's expression that day, although the people in the carriage had successfully injured him, they still felt a glimmer of difficulty in resisting. There is no true God in the world. The emperor's injuries are worse than yours and mine. Fan Xian's light words broke the suffocating atmosphere in the carriage. If I wasn't crippled, 13th Wang wasn't crippled, and you hadn't spat up 3 buckets of blood, the best choice right now would be to charge back into Jingdo. Haitang smiled slightly. She thought that only Fan Xian could think of such a daring plan. Her thoughts moved slightly. Calmly, she looked at his pale face and asked, "How are your injuries?" "Worse than 13th Wang. There's basically no chance of recovery," Fan Xian calmly described his injuries. Fan Xian calmly described his injuries and said, "However, I don't care about these things. Since I can't beat the emperor by fighting, it's like a child who can't beat someone in a fight. It's better to go find a bigger relative. This is the eternal and unchanging method." For now, Haitang didn't understand the meaning of Fan Xian's words. The tiredness in her clear eyes faded slightly. Calmly she asked, "The lightning in the square in front of the palace. Do you know what it was?" "It was the chest." The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched slightly. "It was my chest. Ku He and Sigajian have probably mentioned it to you. However, don't look at me like that. I also don't know who has the chest right now. Furthermore, don't think of the chest as too terrifying. If it really was a divine weapon, the emperor would not only be heavily injured, he would have died a long time ago." Haitang was silent for a long time. She then asked, "There's something I don't understand. Since you and the Qing emperor mutually restrict each other, and neither wants the Qing kingdom to have internal strife, why didn't you choose to escape Jingdo and live in seclusion? Instead you chose to take action?" Fan Xian was silent for a long time. The calmness in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Evenly he said, "First, I wanted to prove to the emperor that I had the right to negotiate with him on equal footing. First, I had to have the courage to sit in front of him and talk to him. Second, although leaving Jingdo and living in seclusion was a way, the emperor would not want me to leave his control. Most importantly, I am not satisfied." He closed his eyes and faintly said, "I could choose to be like Yi Luyan and Sir Fei and go out to sea, no longer caring about the affairs of the world. I don't care how many people die in the endless flames of war on this land. But I am not satisfied. If no one can stop him, then in history he will certainly be correct." This was the principle of the victor being king, and the loser being in the wrong. If no one could stop the Qing emperor, then there would be no trace of Yi Qingmei's aura left in history. Chen Pingping would also be destined to become a criminal, unpardonable, and ultimately be killed by 1,000 cuts, a eunuch. Fan Xian was not satisfied with that wisp of soul from his homeland. The result of his efforts on this land was to become a vast expanse of white. Thus, he had to carry out the bravest attempt. "I have to try at least once." Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Although I lost, at least I have no regrets. When I die in the future, I can always tell myself that I was brave for once in my life." The medicinal soup on the stove sizzled slightly. A wisp of medicinal fragrance enveloped the carriage. Haitang looked at Fan Xian in a daze and quietly asked, "What are you going to do next?" In the present situation, Fan Xian had launched a thunderous attack, but still failed on the verge of success. The Qing emperor was heavily injured and lying in the palace, but in the end he was not dead. The Qing kingdom's powerful national strength still existed. No one could face this lion head-on. For Fan Xian, if he wanted the emperor to maintain his sincerity in fulfilling his promise, he could not do anything to anger the Qing court. The path laid out in front of Fan Xian seemed to be hiding in a small mountain village and living out the rest of his life. "I want to go to the temple. Are you interested?" Fan Xian sent out a sincere invitation. 13th Wang's eyes lit up. Haitang Duo smiled after a slight surprise and said, "Sir Wang has probably had a hard journey. I'll go drive the carriage. You know the way? Fan Xian smiled and couldn't resist coughing a few more times. Haiding didn't even turn her head. Smiling, she replied, back in Jiangnan, you mentioned it a little. It should be in the north. From Wudu to the official road, the broad-leaved forest by the side of the road gradually became as thin as needles. Accompanied by the beautiful icicles on the trees by the side of the road, the snow-covered road led all the way to Shangjing, the capital of the northern Qi kingdom. Shangjing's old and worn city walls were also covered in snow. Although the Jiangnan area of the Qin kingdom was presumably in the warm days of spring buds sprouting, grass growing, and insects chirping, it had snowed continuously in northern Qi this year. The temperature had been unable to rise. It was still predominantly white. The bright yellow imperial umbrella was like a strange flower in the snow, blooming on top of the old city walls of Shangjing. Light snow fell on the top of the umbrella without making a sound. The northern Qi emperor and his favorite imperial concubine, Li, wore luxurious fur coats and stood under an umbrella in front of countless eunuchs, serving girls, and officials of the northern Qi court. They quietly watched the road in front of Shangjing. They didn't have to wait for long before a normal-looking carriage slowly drove over from the southwest intersection. The city gates of Shangjing opened wide. A group of caravans came out to receive them. The northern Qi emperor narrowed his eyes slightly and placed his hands behind his back. His slightly pale face carried an unhealthy flush. He looked at the carriage and couldn't help but gently sigh. This sigh was very suppressed. Other than Si Lily beside him, no one else could hear it. Si Lily was holding a tightly wrapped baby. She lowered her head and adjusted the warm towel on the baby's head. Suddenly hearing the quiet sigh beside her, the expression in her eyes was faint. She raised her head and quietly said, "It's such cold weather. Why don't we have the nannies take Hong Dufan down first?" Between the 11th and 12th years of the Qin calendar, the northern Qi court had maintained a rare kind of suppression and endurance toward the unpredictable situation in the south. They had only helped Fan Xian stabilize the situation in Dongyi through Shang Shanhu's mobilization of the army. The northern Qi court did not take advantage of the Qing emperor and Fan Xian's falling out to seek even greater benefits. The most important reason was that the northern Qi emperor had been seriously ill since last autumn. Even Sir Mu Peng, who had been released by the Qin kingdom and returned to Shangjing, could not immediately cure him. The emperor lingered on his sickbed for many months. He rarely even saw his officials, much less had to exert himself to manage state affairs. State affairs were basically handled by the Empress Dowager. The northern Qi emperor's illness lasted for many months. Fortunately, the matter of the royal bloodline, which worried the northern Qi people the most, finally came out this year. Imperial concubine Li, who was greatly favored by the emperor, was pregnant and had successfully given birth to a princess. Perhaps because of this good news, the northern Qi emperor's illness gradually improved. There was no one in the northern Qi court, and people who was not overjoyed. Although imperial concubine Li did not give birth to a crown prince, the emperor was still young. As long as there was a beginning, he could continue to give birth. This northern Qi princess had not yet been given a proper name. The northern Qi emperor and imperial concubine Li had privately given this pink and jade-like child a pet name, Hong Dufan. Although this pet name was truly unpleasant to the ears and greatly damaged the dignity of the royal family, it drew a great deal of discussion from the eunuchs and serving girls in the palace. In the end, it was still called this. Hearing Si Lily's words, the northern Qi emperor furrowed his brows in annoyance. Turning his head to glance at the daughter in her arms, he said with slight anger, "These little ones are truly troublesome." Si Lily's expression did not change, but she was smiling happily in her heart. She thought to herself that Hong Dufan in her arms had truly caused great trouble for the emperor. Fortunately, everything had passed smoothly. Suddenly, she looked resentfully at her abdomen. Her figure appeared bloated. She had played the role of a pregnant woman. However, in the end, there was no seed in her stomach. She knew very well why the emperor had braved the cold to carry the princess to the city walls to see this carriage. After the carriage entered northern Qi territory, it had made contact with the northern Qi court. The northern Qi emperor and she both knew where the carriage would go next. Furthermore, no one thought they would be able to return. The emperor probably only wanted the man from the south to be able to see this child with his own eyes before he left. On the road not far from the city walls of Shangjing, it was a different scene. The lonely carriage met with the group of merchants coming out of Shangjing. Fan Xian, wrapped in thick fur clothing, walked out of the carriage for a rare moment. He stared in a daze at the young man in front of him. A myriad of emotions rose in his heart. For a moment, the rims of his eyes became slightly wet, but he couldn't say anything. From the spring of the 4th year of the Qing calendar to now, 8 years had passed in a flash. The fanseizure in front of him had changed from the pockmarked and irritating child of the past to the mature and steady young man with the air of a great merchant. At this moment, Fan Xian suddenly had the illusion that he was already old. He walked forward and tightly hugged his brother. He didn't say too much. The two of them had not spent much time together, but Fan Xian had never stopped reminding and teaching him. Their letters had also never stopped. He knew how hard it was for his brother to fight alone in northern Qi. As the saying goes, jade cannot be made into anything without being cut. He had to bear it and endure it. Brother. Fan Xian looked at his brother, whom he had not seen in a long time, and thought of the things that had happened in Jingdo in the south. He then thought of how his brother was about to step onto a path of no return. Involuntarily, sorrow rose from his heart. Crying out loud, he said, "Father and mother are both in Danzhou. Grandmother's health is not good. If you go like this, what will we do?" That damn child. Fan Xian's heart warmed slightly, but he coughed and scolded with a smile. "You speak as if I am going to die. Father will take care of things in Danzhou. If you have time, you can go back and take a look. Show filial piety on my behalf." Speaking to this point, he sighed and didn't say anything more. Fan Xian actually knew that given the present situation, it was impossible for his brother to return to Danzhou. The emperor would not allow him to live. "Have you prepared the things I've asked you to prepare these years?" Fan Xian didn't want his brother to sink into such sorrowful emotions when they met. He forcefully changed the topic and said seriously, "This trip will be dangerous. I don't know what I will face. The things I asked you to prepare are for me to protect my life. You can't be an unscrupulous merchant." This joke was not funny, so Fan Xian couldn't laugh. He made a humming sound of agreement. Those things were all in the merchant group. The group would follow Fan Xian all the way out of the northern gate, so there was no need to take them out. The two brothers left the group of carriages and talked carefully for a while. It was about Danzhou, Jingdo, their parents, grandmother, Ruorwo, sister-in-law, and nephew. Just as they were about to part, the two brothers returned to the side of the carriages. Fan Xian thought of something and furrowed his brows slightly. He personally carried out a heavy urn from a carriage and brought it to Fan Xian. Confused, he asked, "This was sent by the great prince from Dongyi. He said it was something you repeatedly told me not to forget. What exactly is it? It's so heavy. I didn't dare to open it to see." Fan Xian's expression suddenly became serious. Shortly after, he smiled slightly. He knew that given his physical strength, he probably wouldn't be able to carry such a heavy urn. Waving his hand toward the carriage, he said to 13th Wang, who had come down, "Come, since your right arm has some strength, quickly carry your teacher. Your teacher is too heavy. I can't carry him." With these words, everyone near the carriages froze. As for Fan Xian, who was carrying the urn, his expression couldn't help but change. How could he have thought that he was carrying Sigujian's ashes? This was the remains of a great grandmaster. 13th Wang's expression also changed. He carefully accepted the urn like it was a treasure. Without another word, he returned to the carriage. Fan Xian looked at this scene and couldn't help but grumble bitterly in his heart. He wondered if he was going to spend every day with a dead person on this journey. "Why?" 13th Wang suddenly poked his face out from the carriage and asked with furrowed brows. "Your teacher told me that if I was going to the temple, I had to carry him with me." Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Watching the slowly departing group of carriages and Fan Xian kneeling in the snow to send off his brother, Sea Lily, on the top of the palace walls, suddenly had a disappointment and sorrow that was difficult to hide in her eyes. She turned her head to look at the northern Qi emperor and faintly said, Why doesn't he want to enter the capital? The Northern Qi Emperor's expression was calm. With his hands behind his back, he said after a moment of silence, "Since he has a bet with the Qing Emperor, he has to be willing to lose. If he is not willing to be used by me, how could he enter the city?" He had the second brother of the Fan family prepare for a long time for this trip to the temple. Presumably he has a plan. You don't have to worry too much. But why didn't Duo come and say a few words to us? Her present identity is Fan Xian's friend. This must be made clear to the entire world. After the emperor said this, a complicated expression flashed through his eyes. He prepared to turn and leave the top of the city walls. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a faint satisfaction. On the departing carriages below the city walls, Fan Xian was waving his hand toward them with a smile on his face. The Northern Qi Emperor smiled slightly and was about to wave his hand in response when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He forcefully put down his arm and sighed in his heart. Fan Xian put down his hand and sat back in the carriage. He looked at 13th Wang, who was holding Sigujian's ashes without letting go for a moment, and Haitang, who was leaning against the window and looking at the scenery of her old country. In his heart he said to himself, "Women brothers, goodbye." Usually, goodbye meant that they would never meet again. However, Fan Xian did not think so. Everyone in the world who knew of his plan all thought he was a madman, and thought it was impossible for him to come out of the temple alive. However, he did not believe this. If Yi Qingmei could do it, so could he. Chapter 744. Yes, yesterday I was lamenting the lack of time, but today I have to ask for leave again. Tonight my best brother will show off his certificate to everyone, and no one will be able to escape. Up until now, I have only written about 1,000 words, so I can only apologetically ask for leave. It's still the same old saying, I still underestimate the time of the new year. Drunk, looking forward to the end of the New Year's Eve. Almost a full 20 months of suffering seems to have become a wishful thinking. But this is also good. I can smash that railing, and no longer set a limit for myself. I think it will be much easier. Last night, the brother of a friend sent a text message saying, I received it too quickly. There are ellipses at the end, I can feel something. I also think a lot. I really feel that my mentality is too rushed. I am always worried about the quality of the next few chapters. We have already endured for almost 2 years. Even if we continue to endure until we become old women, right? As long as the taste of the soup is good. Chapter 745. The wind and snow sent spring back. The spring on this land was still accumulating strength in the south. The wind and snow in the north had long strangled all of the spring in its cradle. In the north of the land, 360 days a year, wind, knives, frost, and swords pressed against each other. There was probably no spring to speak of. The wind and snow that filled the sky turned into bone-deep knives and swords. One knife to the left, one sword to the right, chopped down. The black mountain rocks that rarely showed the surface of the snow appeared deathly still because of the cold and merciless carvings of heaven and earth. This was a land of ice and snow. It was also a land of death. However, there was a row of black dots walking on the snowy plains that had been lonely for 100 years. They moved forward silently and resolutely. Occasionally, a number of dog barks pierced through the wind and snow and traveled into the distance, bringing a sense of liveliness. There were only 3 people in this group, but there were more than 60 snow dogs pulling the long sledges carrying food and equipment as they moved endlessly toward the north. It was said that these snow dogs that roamed the extreme north were the descendants of snow wolves. Only northern man people who could endure the bitter cold could tame them and make them good helpers for humans. However, the land had become colder and colder these years. Once they left the north gate, the temperature plummeted. The northern man who usually fought bare-chested in the snow, had long moved south to the grasslands in the west at all costs. The snowy plains had returned to peace. Who were these snow dogs? Wrapped in thick fur, even their heads and faces were covered in a warm fox fur coat. They wore leather boots on their feet and thick gloves on their hands. Their entire bodies were wrapped up like dumplings. Fan Xian exhaled, and found that not long after the hot air left his lips, it seemed to have been frozen into snowflakes by the severe cold between heaven and earth. His face was slightly pale. Although he had secretly prepared for a number of years after he learned of the whereabouts of the temple in the 5th year of the Qing calendar, only when he truly stepped onto the snowy plains did he realize that the might of heaven and earth could not be truly endured just by being mentally prepared. It had been a number of days since they had left northern Qi's Shangjing. It had been 7 or 8 days since they had passed through the northern gate where there were not many soldiers stationed. Thinking of the soldiers on the snowy city watching them and their dogs walk into the snowy plains as if they were dead, the glimmer of a bitter smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. It looked like no one thought highly of them. He brought his finger to his lips and whistled. The ears of the 60-odd snow hounds around him perked up. They shook their heads energetically and shook off the ice and snow on their bodies. Deep Hair stood on all fours in the cold snow as if he was not afraid of the cold at all. He stuck out his long red tongue and waited for his master's next order. The wind and snow seemed to have lessened slightly. 2 people walked out of the 2 simple snow carts in front and behind Fan Xian. Haiteng and 13th Wang were also wrapped like dumplings. They approached Fan Xian's side with puzzled expressions. "Let's go while the snow is still light." 13th Wang's voice passed through the layer of fur and traveled outside. It appeared to be buzzing. Fan Xian panted heavily and coughed as he replied. "Are the people behind still following us?" Haiteng took off the earmuffs on the side of her leather hat, revealing 2 clean and cute ears. She listened quietly in the wind and snow for a moment. She then shook her head and said, "Looks like we've lost them." Although the wind and snow had lessened slightly, it was still difficult to hear the 3 of them talking together. The corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched into a smile and he said, "It's good that we've lost them. I don't want the people the little emperor sent to freeze to death on this snowy plains." Haiteng didn't say anything. She only narrowed her eyes slightly and gazed toward the depths of the snowy plains in the north. That side was also a patch of white. Other than snow, there seemed to be nothing else in the world. Such a dry and boring journey seemed particularly dangerous because of the severe cold. A complicated expression rose in her eyes. They had already left the Sky Gate 7 or 8 days ago, but Fan Xian did not need to scout the way. Instead, he directly gave orders to go around the snowy mountains and icy hills. He walked silently as if he knew very well how to get to the temple. Fan Xian's injuries were too serious. It was impossible for him to scout the way. 13th Wang's right arm was not completely healed. Of the 3 of them, although Haiteng's body was also weak, if there was to be a path to scout, it would be her. She didn't understand where Fan Xian got his confidence to not get lost in this wasteland where they couldn't see the sun or the path of the mountains. Other than ice and snow, there was nothing else. Fan Xian took out a bamboo knife from the snow sled behind him and carefully scraped the icicles on his leather boots. Everything depended on the details. Only by being fully prepared and considering the details thoroughly could they reach the illusory temple. In the few days since they left the northern heavenly gate, he had led the team on a detour around the snowy plains in order to shake off the team that was tailing them. Regardless of whether the northern Qi emperor wanted to ensure the safety of this group or follow behind Fan Xian to find the temple hidden beyond the sky and unknown to others, Fan Xian would not allow it. For one, he didn't want too many people to die in this cold. For another, Fan Xian himself didn't know what exactly existed in the temple. He had carefully hidden the location of the temple, because he was worried that the things in the temple would spread to the world and bring unknown harm to this world. Since it was so, Fan Xian had to be careful. Although it's a bit cold. Do we need to wear so much? 13th Wang stood in front of Fan Xian and panted. He felt that the thick leather jacket and boots on his body were a hindrance. Fan Xian was heavily injured and could not move his jinqi to defend against the cold. However, 13th Wang and Haiteng still had abundant jinqi. When 9th level aces were together, they could truly be said to be impervious to heat and cold. Fan Xian smiled and looked at him. If you can preserve as much heat and jinqi as possible, then save some. Don't look at the cold right now. You can still withstand it, but we still have to head north. Who knows how low the temperature will be once we get there? As he said these words, he lowered his head slightly to hide the faint worry in his eyes. In the cave in the Shi mountain in the 5th year of the Qin calendar, he had memorized every word of Shaoan's words before he died. He had also made sufficient preparations for this trip to the temple. However, he still had not thought that not even 10 days after leaving the gate of heaven, the cold between heaven and earth would already reach such a degree. It looked like the temperature now was a few degrees colder than when Xiao En and Ku He had gone to the temple decades ago. Since the greatest difficulty is the cold, why don't we choose to leave in the summer? Haiteng acutely discovered this problem. The attitude Fan Xian displayed was not very urgent. Since it was so, leaving in the summer seemed to be the best choice. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "The time on the road is about 2 months. I don't know how much longer it will take to find the temple. Leaving at the end of winter and arriving at the beginning of summer is safer this way. Furthermore, I don't want to be stuck in darkness for half a year." "Yes, I heard that the sky and earth at the temple are reversed. Half the year is night and half the year is day." 13th Wang nodded. "None of you understand this world as well as I do, so just listen to me," Fan Xian said calmly. Fan Xian spoke calmly, but his words were filled with unquestionable confidence. When he and Dabao were watching the stars together, he had once again confirmed that this was Earth. Since it was Earth, then the North Pole had polar day and polar night. The north of this world was too cold. Not many people could step into the depths of the snowy plains, and not many could return alive. Thus, in the legends, the place where the temple was had a mysterious and unknown atmosphere. However, this kind of mystery had no effect in front of Fan Xian's eyes. Fan Xian took out 3 strange things from the cloth bag at his side, and handed 2 to Haiteng and 13th Wang. "From now on, there will probably only be snow in our eyes. Overly monotonous colors will cause problems with our eyes. Regardless of whether you're used to it or not, you must wear these things." After speaking, Fan Xian put the thing on the bridge of his nose. It was a pair of glasses made of glass. The lenses had been painted black with some kind of paint, so they could still transmit light. Haiteng narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Fan Xian without speaking for a moment. She felt more and more that she could not see through him. She also didn't know what the thing in her hand was for. Was it good for the eyes? She didn't ask any more questions. Instead, she copied Fan Xian and put on the sunglasses that had appeared for the first time in this world. They had seen crystal glasses before, but they had never seen this kind of black. 13th Wang glanced at Haiteng and hesitantly put them on as well. The 3 of them immediately became 3 young blind fortune tellers. It looked rather comical. The 3 of them looked at each other for a moment and couldn't resist laughing. "Let's hurry. In another 2 hours, we'll be setting up camp." Fan Xian took out the carefully protected pocket watch and looked at it. He then narrowed his eyes to look at the color of the sky and the wind and snow. As they headed north, it would probably be inaccurate to look at the time based on the color of the sky. He didn't know how many days this pocket watch could last in the bitter cold. A whining sound rang out. The 60 snow hounds, who had rested for a moment, perked up. Barking, they happily rushed toward the depths of the snowy plains. The silver-white fur on their bodies flowed with a wondrous movement. Fan Xian half leaned against the leather suitcase on the sleigh, and narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt the ice and snow on his eyelashes coldly touch his thin skin. He couldn't help but twitch his nose. He tightened the loose buckles on his collar and cuffs, not wanting a single speck of snow to seep into his body. From the 5th year of the Qin calendar, he had learned the location and route to the temple. Fan Xian had hidden this secret in his heart for more than 6 years. He knew that it was fated that he would eventually go to the temple. However, he had not thought that it would be because he had to find Uncle Wu Zhu, and because of the rupture between him and the emperor. The journey of exploration. Once there was such a direct goal, it seemed to lose a lot of beautiful feelings. The sleigh slid quickly across the flat snowy plains. The sound of the snow hound's urgent breathing and the rustling sound of the wind and snow came from all directions. Accompanied by such sounds, Fan Xian seemed to be about to fall asleep. It was impossible for him to fall asleep. He was carefully listening to the breathing of the snow hounds to determine their state of exhaustion. During these 6 years, his younger brother, Fanxia, had followed his orders and prepared everything he needed to overcome the harsh cold, including food, kindling, and special tents in the snow. These snowhounds, which had been raised at the northern gate for 3 years, were Fanxian's greatest reliance on this trip to the temple. From these aspects, it could be seen that Fanxian was a meticulous person. He never fought a battle unprepared. In the eyes of the common people, going to the temple was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. In his opinion, as long as one was fully prepared, the temple was nothing more than a distant tourist attraction. The only thing that made him wary was the cold. The cold now was even colder than when Xiao En and Ku He had been. Back then, the Wei Kingdom had sent out an expedition of hundreds of people. In the end, Xiao En and Ku He had to eat human flesh to last until the temple appeared. Now there were only 3 people in their group. Would they be able to make it there? Fanxian closed his eyes, but he was not worried that he would freeze. The meridians in his body were indeed pretty much crippled. He was unable to mobilize Jinqi to protect his body. Strangely, the moment he entered this desolate and strangely cold snowy plains, he acutely sensed that the yuanqi in the wind and snow seemed to be much thicker than anywhere else in the south. This sensitivity was due to the little booklet Master Ku he had given him before he died. Without that booklet, Fanxian would probably not have sensed any change in the world. Why was it that the further north one went, the thicker the yuanqi became? This was a phenomenon that Fanxian could not understand no matter how he thought about it. In the end, it was a good thing. He half lay on the sleigh and slowly absorbed the yuanqi ripples between heaven and earth. If the yuanqi in the north was thicker, perhaps he would only need 2 or 3 years for the meridians in his body to be as good as new. The sleigh bounced slightly on the ice and snow. Fanxian awoke from his empty state. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he calmly observed the wind and snow in front of him through his sunglasses. Suddenly he understood something. Back then, the Wei Kingdom dominated the world. The emperor, who had nothing else to ask for, had sent envoys to the temple to seek the path of immortality. All of this was because of Ku He's suggestion. Xiao En controlled the tiki and vaguely knew the general direction of the temple. Among the mortals in the world, who dared to risk their lives to go forward and investigate. If Ku He had not pushed for this matter and tempted the Wei Emperor with immortality, the trip to the temple decades ago would probably not have happened. Why did Ku He have such great interest in the temple to the point that he wanted to go at all costs? Was it simply because he was an ascetic monk of Tianyi Dao and served the temple his entire life? No, Ku He was a follower of the secular world. Just looking at how he had instantly reached an agreement with his imprisoned mother, Yi Qingmei, outside the temple, it was clear that Master Ku He did not have much respect for the temple. Fanxian's eyes narrowed even more under his sunglasses. He didn't know when he had obtained the little book in Master Ku He's hands. Had he already sensed at that time that there was a problem with the yuanqi in the north, and wanted to go to the temple to take a look at the source of all these fluctuations and the truth? The wind and snow grew stronger, and the temperature dropped. The white sheep and snow foxes that could occasionally be seen had run off somewhere to hide from the bitter cold. On the desolate snowy plains, there was only this group of snowhounds pulling forward with difficulty in the wind and snow. 2 suppressed coughs came from Fanxian's sleigh. This kind of low temperature was not something a normal person could withstand. His injuries had not healed, so it was indeed difficult for him to endure. 13th Wang on the sleigh in front didn't seem to hear Fanxian's coughs. Instead, he looked forward cautiously. Suddenly, his body turned into a streak of sword light. Wearing a swollen leather jacket, he broke through the air and killed his way to the very front of the snowhound group. Viciously, he stabbed into a slightly raised patch of ice and snow. The snowhounds panicked and only calmed down a moment later. A few bold and curious snowhounds circled over and stood by 13th Wang's side with their heads lowered to sniff. They then let out a few sharp cries. The cries were very cheerful. 13th Wang held the sword in his left hand and put it back into the sheath. He looked in a daze at the pure white bear the snowhounds had dug out of the snow. This was the mission Fanxian had given him. Along the way, he was to catch some game in case he needed it in the future. The snowhounds were very obedient. After dragging the white bear out of the snow, they didn't do anything else. Instead, They just licked their bloody mouths happily. This was because they knew that their masters would definitely leave most of the meat for them to eat. We can roast bear paws tonight. Fan Xian did not get off the sleigh. He watched as Haitang and 13th Wang tied the white bear to the sleigh, and couldn't resist smiling happily. This was just an interlude. The sleigh group moved again. Under Fan Xian's whistle, they moved quickly along the icy snowy plains toward the northwest. Haitang sat on the sleigh and looked at Fan Xian's back in front of her. A glimmer of worry flashed through her eyes. She didn't know if Fan Xian's body could keep going. However, the worry in her eyes turned in an instant into confusion and deep admiration. It was rare for Haitang to admire someone in her life. Now seeing Fan Xian calm and unruffled, confident, and calmly leading the way as if everything was within his grasp, she finally felt admiration. Why did Fan Xian have such strong confidence in reaching the temple? Why did he not seem to have any respect or fear for the temple? Was it truly as her teacher had said? That Lady Yi was truly a fairy who had escaped from the temple? So, Fan Xian going to the temple was just to go home? Not many people knew what the temple was. Fan Xian half closed his eyes and huddled in one spot, conserving his strength. Faint waves were also rising in his heart. He knew that his mother had once gone to the temple to steal something. He even knew that his closest relative, Uncle Wuxia, was originally from the temple. Logically speaking, he was the person with the closest connection to the temple in this world. Thus, his mentality on this trip to the temple was somewhat strange. It was as if he might discover the truth of everything, even the truth of his life. Of course, this could just be an extravagant hope. The most important problem right now was to find the temple. Back then, Ku He and Shaoan were the most powerful people on this land. Furthermore, their age and strength were at their peak. Yet they still had a hard time finding it. Compared to them, Fan Xian had no advantage. Where exactly did his confidence come from? Knowledge was power. Fan Xian had more knowledge from his previous life than other people in this world. So many mysteries were actually just natural phenomena in his eyes. It was precisely because of this knowledge and the roadmap he had learned from Xiao and that he was not worried he would get lost. Chapter 746. I'll write slowly. Everyone, take your time to read. There's no rush. It was already nightfall. The wind and snow rose and fell. When the wind and snow moved, the whistling sound passed through the endless snowy plains and swirled up thousands of piles of snow. In the darkness, it was like a land of exile that devoured people. Ruthless and wild sounds rang out endlessly, making one's heart palpitate. When the wind and snow were quiet, heaven and earth were silent and cold. It was like a snowy sea containing a storm. Tens of thousands of li were filled with cold silver light. The boundless and deathly still snowy plains like white jade were cold to the extreme. On the unusually cold snowy plains, even if the moonlight shone down, it seemed to be frozen in an instant. Regardless of whether the wind and snow raged or the world was calm, the specks of light on the side of a high plateau could not be extinguished. Like the longing in a human's heart for the unknown, they stubbornly and resolutely waited there. The brazier in the tent transmitted a rare sense of warmth, completely blocking out the bitter cold outside. On one hand, it was because the specially made snow tent was extremely effective in keeping out the wind and temperature. On the other hand, it was because the fuel in the brazier seemed to be especially durable, and the fire was not small. Haitang Duoduo had already taken off the leather hat that covered most of her face. Her cheeks were as red as apples. She was squatting by the brazier boiling soup. Her brows were furrowed slightly with a hint of worry. Fan Xian, who had long crawled into his sleeping bag to the side, did not notice her emotions. They had already traveled north for a few days. The weather was growing colder and colder. Each day, they walked less and less during the day. Most of the time, they hid in the tent to avoid the snow. However, Fan Xian was not too worried about these problems. He was only calculating how long the fuel and food he had brought could last. The white bear had long been left with only a piece of bear skin. Fan Xian had eaten 2 bear paws. Although Haitang and 13th Wang were surprised at his leisurely mood, and even more surprised that he had not forgotten things like seasoning in his personal equipment, The bear paws were not very tasty. Furthermore, the amount was not enough. At the beginning of the journey to the temple in the extreme north, the dozens of snow hounds laboriously pulling the equipment could still find food on their own. The deeper they went into the snowy plains, the fewer living beasts they could see. Without a choice, Fan Xian was forced to use the food he had prepared. These snow hounds worked hard every day. Naturally, Fan Xian could not bear to treat them badly. However, their appetites were a bit too good. For this trip to the temple, Fan Xian had made ample preparations. He had sunglasses to prevent snow blindness, a specially made, fine velvet sleeping bag, and a large amount of supplies. However, he was still cautious. If he couldn't find the temple before summer, and had to endure half a year of darkness on the icy plains in the extreme north, the food he brought would not be enough. Perhaps he would have to start killing dogs in the end. Back then, Ku He and Shaoan had survived by eating human flesh. Fan Xian didn't want to repeat his mistakes. He turned his head slightly and looked at the begonia flowers by the brazier. Forcefully suppressing the piercing pain in his chest, he said, "Do you want to hear a story?" "What story?" Haitong's face was still a little red, and she didn't raise her head. Fan Xian smiled and told her the story of Xiao En and Ku He exploring the temple in the north. He didn't even hide the fact that the two elders had eaten human flesh. After Haitong finished listening, her expression gradually changed. It was as if, for a moment, she could not accept that her teacher had once made such a terrifying choice. A complicated emotion reverberated in her heart. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her head and looked at Fan Xian with her bright eyes. Quietly, she said, "Telling me this at this time is certainly not just to disgust me or attack me. There has to be some reason." "I've found that you like those snow hounds very much," Fan Xian said tiredly. Fan Xian's eyelids drooped slightly. Tiredly, he said, "In reality, these snow hounds have indeed helped us a lot. If the day comes when we run out of food and ammunition, we will have to start eating dog meat. I hope you are mentally prepared now." Haitong's expression changed slightly. In front of Fan Xian, she didn't need to maintain her identity as the Northern Qi Saint girl and the leader of Tianyi Dao. She could naturally reveal her emotions. She was a girl, so she was incomparably fond of the snow hounds that ran around happily every day. During this month, she had basically been responsible for the dog food. Suddenly hearing these words, only now did she realize that Fan Xian had not had good intentions from the beginning. The snow hounds that worked hard to pull the sled were part of his food reserves. However, Haitong had already made difficult preparations for this trip to the temple, particularly after hearing about her teacher's tragic story of eating human flesh. She knew there were priorities. She lowered her head slightly and didn't reply or argue. It was quiet inside the tent, causing the sound of the wind and snow outside the tent to be especially clear. One could even hear how much snow was violently beating against the outer skin of the tent, causing the sound of pa-pa, causing one to be unable to rest in peace. At this moment, the sound of footsteps on ice and snow came from outside the tent. Fan Xian and Haitong's expressions did not change because they knew who it was. On this desolate, uninhabited, and bitterly cold snowy plains, other than these three youths, whose willpower and bodies were as powerful as the peak of humanity, no one else could appear. 13th Wang lifted open the wooden door and walked in, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. The flames in the brazier suddenly dimmed. This damned cold of the snowy plain seemed to be able to freeze the flames with a low temperature. Haitong took out a small black ball from her sleeve and threw it into the brazier. The fire in the brazier finally stabilized. All of this was a special item Fan Xian had prepared all these years. In particular, the fire seed had never been cut off. 13th Wang stood on the blanket by the door and patted off the thick layer of ice and snow on his body. He took down the countless layers of towel wrapped around his face. A few words as crisp as a lump of ice came out of his lips, which had turned white from the cold, and said, "All right, let's sleep." Haitong was responsible for all the trifling matters of life. This girl had finally been transformed by Fan Xian into a housewife in this extreme environment. 13th Wang was responsible for leading the dozens of snow hounds and the construction and defense of the tent. What he meant by "all right" was that the snow shelter specially built for the snow hounds outside had been taken care of. In terms of hard work, 13th Wang's work was even harder. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said to him, "From tomorrow onwards, you will be responsible for feeding the dogs." 13th Wang nodded and sat by the brazier. Accepting the bowl of hot soup Haitang handed him, he slowly drank it. Each mouthful was carefully drunk. The sword at his waist dragged on the ground, giving off the faint smell of blood. To recover, you will indeed need to practice endlessly. However, this place is too cold. Don't push yourself too hard. A glimmer of worry flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. These days, 13th Wang had practiced his sword with unusual valiance in the wind and snow, using his own potential to resist the might of heaven and earth. This kind of hard practice truly moved Fan Xian and Haitang. They knew 13th Wang had a sense of urgency and wanted to quickly recover his arm or train to be left-handed. However, Fan Xian was always worried about his body. Ada found a nest of snow rabbits earlier. However, the hole was too deep. They couldn't do anything about it. I helped them chase the rabbits out. 13th Wang put down the bowl of soup and rubbed his face. Shaking his head, he said, "I also moved my muscles and bones. If it continues to freeze like this, I'm afraid I'll freeze into an ice cube. Looks like we can improve our meals tomorrow," Fan Xian said with a smile as he covered his mouth and coughed. He found that 13th's relationship with these snow dogs was growing better and better. He was afraid that there would be one more person he needed to convince in the future. He suddenly noticed that Haitang was acting strangely. She spoke particularly little today. Furthermore, her face was always red. There was always worry between her brows. He couldn't resist asking in a quiet voice, "What are you thinking about that's so engrossed?" Haitang furrowed her brows slightly and glared at him, but didn't say anything. To the side, 13th Wang paused and gave a rare smile. Tying the towel around his head again, he walked out of the tent. Fan Xian was slightly startled. A moment later, he couldn't resist realizing the reason. He laughed out loud. Could a living person die from holding in their urine? These words were vulgar, and just happened to hit Haitang's sore spot. A glimmer of anger flashed through the girl's eyes. Fan Xian had calculated everything. He had even calculated 2 years ago that he would drag Haitang and 13th Wang to be his helpers on this trip to the temple. He knew that the long journey and endless night would be like the days by his sickbed in his previous life. The unbearable loneliness would make one go crazy. Back then, Ku He and Sir Xiao In were able to endure until the temple appeared under the morning sun not because they dared to eat human flesh. Rather, it was because they could become each other's companions. In a dangerous and unknown journey, companions were always the most important factor. However, Fan Xian had still missed out on some details of life. He and 13th Wang didn't care. Any jar would be enough to relieve themselves. He had never thought of adding to the burden and preparing an extra tent on the snowy plains as a toilet with unusual luxury. Although it had been cold a few days ago, they could still withstand it. The temperature had suddenly dropped. It was difficult to relieve oneself in the wilderness. 13th Wang walked out, leaving Haitang some private space. She narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Fan Xian coldly. "If it weren't for your medicine jar, there wouldn't be so many inconveniences." Fan Xian was silent and smiled. Of the 3 people on this trip, even his body was the weakest. If he hid in the wind and snow outside the tent, he would probably immediately be frozen into a cripple. Lightly smiling, he said, 13th Wang left alone. "Naturally, he knows the relationship between you and me. There's no need to mind who we are, right?" It was still a deep and cold night. Due to the lack of wood and other large materials, the fire in the brazier was unable to flourish. The wind and snow continued to howl furiously outside the tent. There was no danger in the darkness around them, but the cold itself was the greatest danger. The 3 sleeping bags were lined up in a triangular formation by the brazier. The 3 young people in the sleeping bags all had their eyes wide open and refused to sleep. They had already trudged on the snowy plains for a month without any entertainment or tricks to pass the time. Other than traveling, it was all about sleeping. It was truly boring. The 3 of them had also slept their fill. If Fan Xian's body was not so weak, He would certainly regret bringing 13th Wang, the sun, with him. Otherwise, holding duo and saying words of love that he hadn't said in a long time, enjoying the pleasure of their mouths and hands, would be good. After dozens of sleepless nights, the three young people had basically finished talking about everything they needed to talk about. Even 13th Wang's bedwetting as a child had been viciously dug out by Fan Xian. Thus, the three of them could only keep their eyes open and listen to the whistling of the wind and snow outside the tent, as if they were enjoying a musical event. After an indeterminable amount of silence, Fan Xian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "In such a windy, snowy, and bitterly cold place, when those people came here back then, most of them would have died. For the three of us to be able to withstand it is quite remarkable." Haitang, who was lying across from him, said softly, "Shizuan was the first to open the mountain and search for the temple. He couldn't compare to you in knowing the direction and the route. Naturally, it was more difficult. But the later generations are always better than the previous generations. You seem to know more than us. Don't envy me." Fan Xian closed his eyes and smiled happily. To be able to go to different places and experience different things in one's life is in itself a rare enjoyment. 13th Wang replied, "That makes sense. Since that's the case, why don't the three of us write poems at night? In the future, the history books would say that on a snowy night, it would become a great poem. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Let me take the lead. As the saying goes, the north wind blows all night." There was nothing else. It was clear that Haitang and 13th Wang did not want to allow this person's corrosive aura to flare up. It was silent. Fan Xian coughed and smiled. "You don't give us any face. We are all rough people. If you want us to write poems with you, it's you who doesn't give us face. Besides, this line was written by Feng Lotzi in Story of the Stone." "I wrote Story of the Stone. Who dares to say that I didn't write this line?" Fan Xian's shameless voice rang out in the tent. The other two used silence to express their disdain. Fan Xian smiled and opened his tired eyes in the dusky environment. As he coughed and panted, he said, "We've said everything. We understand each other enough. However, I've always been curious. What exactly do you want to do in this world?" "I want to become a great grandmaster and then, like my teacher, protect the people of Dongyi." 13th Wang's answer was always valiant and direct, confident and normal. "A bedwetting brat does not have the right to use such kingly words," Fan Xian said. Haitang's bright eyes looked at the tent above. After a moment of silence, she said, "Ever since I was young, I grew up in the back of Qing Mountain. Later, I went to Shangjing and began to travel the world. I just want to bring Qing Mountain to greater heights and protect the Qi court for generations to come, to not be invaded by foreign enemies, and for the people within our borders to live and work in peace." Her voice suddenly became gloomy. "But when Master left, I found out that I was not a Qi person, but a Hu person. I don't know what I want to do, but I think if the Qi kingdom can be safe, if the world can be peaceful, it will be good. You are indeed worthy of being the last disciple taught by two strange old creatures. Just a casual sentence and you think of the world." Fan Xian sighed. "Actually, before I met you, I had never thought about things like good war or bad peace. Because Uncle Wu Zhu never cared about these things, I didn't care much either. I just wanted to live on well." Fan Xian's tone appeared particularly light. "The more vivid and fresh I live, the better. From the first day I became sensible, I always felt that everything around me was just a dream. There would come a day when I would wake up from this dream. This kind of feeling made me work hard and live each day seriously. It seemed that I wanted to use the richness of these details to dilute my fear of waking up from this dream." Listening to Fan Xian's leisurely words, Haitang and 13th Wang sank into silence. They thought Fan Xian was sighing about his strange past and strange life. They had no way of knowing what Fan Xian was truly sighing about. "Since you don't want to wake up from this dream, presumably, the contents of this dream are good," Haitang said comfortingly. The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. He smiled and said, "Naturally. If it wasn't to protect everything beautiful in this dream, why would I exile myself to this godforsaken place? Why would I fight with the emperor for all this? Why would I pretend to be brave and righteous and enter the palace to assassinate? Why would I carefully maintain the stability of the Qing court? All of this, everything after his rebirth, was it truly just a dream? It was completely silent in the tent. Haiteng and 13th Wang had both fallen asleep, but Fan Xian still had not. He indifferently looked at the sky that had been cut off from them, and listened to the sound of the wind and snow whistling past outside the tent. He thought endlessly in his heart. He died in that world and came back to life in this one. During his childhood, Fan Xian could not shake off the fear of waking up at any moment. He was afraid that all of this was fake. He was afraid that he was in an illusory mental state. He was afraid that this was the Truman Show that encompassed the world. He was afraid that this was a brilliant game, and he was just a ripple of consciousness, a stream of data, or a hypnotized wooden man. True warriors dared to face true death. For Fan Xian, who had lived 2 lives, his true fear was that he didn't know whether or not he was truly dead. He was worried that once he awoke from his dream, he would once again lie on the sickbed and sink into true darkness, never to see all of this beauty again. Rivers and mountains, lakes, seas, flowers, trees, and beauties. He had yelled on the rooftop in Danzhou to collect the clothes. He had written 300 poems in the palace. All of this was based on an impudent emotion. However, after living on the land of the Qing kingdom for more than 20 years, he had laughed and cried. He could finally prove that all of this was not a dream. Although he still didn't know what the temple was, he was certain that all of this was truly happening around him, and not an illusion created by some mysterious god. The people of this world truly existed. The emotions of the world truly existed, as well as human nature and sorrow and joy. There were always some things in the world that could not be faked. If there truly was a God who could perfectly control all of this, just like how God wanted light, Niwa wanted to play with mud, or Pengu wanted to rest when he was tired, then what was the point in investigating all of this? The closer he got to the temple, the more Fan Xian could not shake off these questions. It was not until the night that he gradually understood. Perhaps this trip to the temple was to ask for the answer to a question. In reality, he was still more concerned about the reality of the secular world, or at least the sorrow and joy of the lives of the people he thought were real. For things that could not be known, could not be investigated, could not be touched, and could not be observed, in reality, these things did not exist. This was something that had once been taught in physics class in that world. Fan Xian had always remembered it clearly. Tonight he suddenly felt that he could put this definition in physics onto the word fate. No one could change fate, but he could choose not to accept his fate or ignore this fate. Fan Xian lived in this world. Whether he loved or hated the people and things in this world was certainly real. It was so real that it was etched into his bones. He firmly believed in this. After a night of restless sleep, the Zhenqi in his body scattered. Although the Yuanqi in the world made up for what he lacked as he breathed, the speed was still not fast enough. The cold invaded his body, and his mind was restless. Fan Xian finally fell ill. When the whistling of the wind and snow outside stopped, and the white light from the snowy ground reflected into the tent, Fan Xian's face became very pale. 2 unhealthy red spots appeared under his eyes, and his forehead was boiling hot. The sickness he was most afraid of had arrived at the coldest moment. Fan Xian lay in Haitang's warm and gentle embrace and drank the medicine he had made. He forced himself to stay awake and said in a raspy voice, "The medicine jar has something to say." "Speak." Haitang's brows were full of worry. She held him gently and shook him like she was coaxing a child. "We can't stop. Let's keep going. But the snow here is so heavy." Suddenly, the tent door was lifted open. 13th Wang stuck his head in. His face was full of joy. Chapter 747. Violent wind and blizzard, horizontal wind and snow, slanting wind and fine snow. There was no need to return, nor could it return. It was also known as ghost wind and vicious snow, dark wind and dark snow. Snow that covered the sky and covered the sun. There was also the snow that grew under one's feet, reaching up to one's knees. If one made the slightest mistake, one would probably be buried. On this day, after experiencing dozens of days of bitter cold travel, all of the snow suddenly stopped. It was as if the heavens had suddenly felt that their actions of endlessly throwing confetti into the world were childish, and could not enchant the determined gazes of the three young people. Thus, they clapped their hands and pulled them back into their sleeves. The sky cleared, revealing a porcelain blue but still icy sky. Although the sunlight was not warm, it was piercing. Borrowing the boundless land of snow and glaciers, it reflected a white to the point of being dull in every direction. After the wind and rain, there was not necessarily a beautiful sky. It was not that there would be a rainbow when the sky cleared. Thus, Forrest Gone returned to his country, and had to experience many things before he could see Jenny again. Then he would still be thought to not understand certain things. He set off again and kept on running past countless beautiful scenes. After the wind and snow, the sleigh team on the snowy plains set off again amidst the cheerful cries of the snow hounds. Crushing the soft or firm ice and snow, they advanced north. A pale-faced Fan Xian sat on the sleigh with half his body in Haitong's arms. As he coughed, he forced his tired eyes open and stared at the terrain around him that was difficult to identify. He compared it to the map in his mind and confirmed the direction. The cold in his body was becoming more and more serious. Although he had not lost the medicine he carried with him, the harsh coldness between heaven and earth was, without question, a cruel torture for Fan Xian, who was heavily injured and had lost all of his jinqi. Every night these days, Fan Xian nestled in his sleeping bag, and always felt that his entire body was wet and cold. He coughed so hard it was as if he was going to cough out his organs. There was a raspiness in the thunder. It was like a knife grinding endlessly against a rock. No one knew when it would break. Haiteng and 13th Wang were both worried about his body. They had even thought of returning to the south. However, they were stopped by Fan Xian with unusual determination and coldness. He knew that if he couldn't find the illusory temple in one go, he didn't know if he would be able to summon such courage again in his life. Furthermore, the meridians in his body were in chaos. The emperor was still recovering in the palace in the south. If he didn't go to the temple to find Uncle Wu Zhu, there was no point in him going back to the south. What gave Fan Xian even more confidence was that, through the magic booklet Master Ku he had left behind, he could clearly sense that the further north he went, the thicker the yuan-qi became. As he continued to meditate, the sea of qi behind his back gradually showed signs of stabilizing and accumulating yuan-qi. It would be a pity to give up now. For the three of them, the biggest problem was time. This was a race between Fan Xian's injuries and the distance to the temple. Fan Xian felt that if he truly found the temple, the injuries in his body would be much better. Haiteng and 13th Wang both knew that under Fan Xian's gentle appearance was an incomparably stubborn and ruthless nature. Thus, they could only silently listen to his suggestion. However, these two friends were still very worried about his body, particularly when they heard waves of heart-wrenching coughs at night. Who could sleep well? In the quiet night, Haiteng burrowed into Fan Xian's sleeping bag and gently rubbed his chest for him, using her body temperature to warm up the bitter coldness. Their bodies pressed gently and intimately against each other, but there was not a trace of male and female thoughts. They just held each other tightly like two little pigs warming each other up. 13th Wang noticed this, but he did not show any expression or reaction. He only increased the speed of their journey north. Leading the group of snow dogs, they took advantage of the clear sky to rush forward with all their might. How much farther? Even though the snow had stopped, there was still wind. 13th Wang, on the first sleigh, shouted against the wind. His voice quickly rang through the entire snowy plains. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at 13th Wang standing on the sleigh in front of him with his fur coat swaying in the wind. He couldn't resist smiling. He thought to himself that this kid was rather dashing. He was not afraid of the cold and could still stand on the sleigh and ride the waves of snow at this time of year. Particularly with that pair of sunglasses, he looked like the boys who played extreme sports in the other world. Taking out a compass and map from his clothes, Fan Xian coughed in Haitong's arms and carefully confirmed the position. The sleigh moved up and down endlessly on the snowy ground, making his observation a bit tiresome. After thinking for a long time, he tiredly said, "At most 15 more days." When Fan Xian unfurled the map, Haiteng turned her face. This was not the first time Fan Xian had unfurled the map. At the beginning, he had only used his powerful memory to point the way. Later on, he became too ill and had to take out the map. However, 13th Wang and Haiteng would purposely avoid it. This was Fan Xian's request, and the oath the three of them had made before they set foot on the journey to the temple. Fan Xian requested that Haiteng and 13th Wang not reveal the location of the temple to anyone. He guessed that once the location of the temple was revealed, once the things in the temple were to fall into the mortal world, it would probably bring endless disaster. Just like the martial arts secret manuals his mother, Yi Qingmei, had brought out in the past and that chest, if there were many more in the temple, what would the world become? Fan Xian did not want the world to become a terrifying place filled with Tianqi aces and electromagnetic cannons firing everywhere. Any random fight between powerful warriors would cause the sky and earth to crash in chaos. How would the common people live? The journey was not lonely because they had companions. However, it was particularly difficult. This kind of difficulty could not be described with words. The difficulty was in the bitter cold, in the dryness, and in the endless snow-white color that seemed to never change. After an indeterminable number of days, the flat snowy plains and slightly arched snowy hills gradually became alive. The terrain began to become complicated. The sunlight grew dimmer and dimmer. The temperature dropped to an unbearable level for humans. Fortunately, the snowstorm still did not come down. On the other side of the northern horizon, a tall mountain suddenly rose. A tall snow-capped mountain. It was as if from the beginning of the world, this magnificent and mighty snowy mountain had stood there, coldly and calmly waiting for brave travelers to come and make offerings. The sleigh procession slowly came to a stop beside a relic of glaciers. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the distant snowy mountain in front of him. He gazed at the strange mountain glowing with a cold white light under the blue sky. A glimmer of excitement grew uncontrollably in his chest. A glimmer of excitement that came from the depths of his heart quickly took over his entire body, making his fingers tremble slightly. In his dreams, he had seen this snowy mountain that was similar to Dong Mountain. In his dreams, this snowy mountain was high and unscalable. It was mysterious, powerful and cold, just like the feeling the emperor gave him. Now, when this snowy mountain suddenly appeared in front of his eyes without any warning, Fan Xian felt boundless joy. People were born to fear death. If one could hear the truth in the morning and die in the evening, then what kind of enjoyment would it be to be able to see a scene that no one else could see, learn more of the secrets of heaven and earth, and know the unknown that attracted the gaze of humans the most and urged them to evolve? Fan Xian's body abruptly froze. His incessant coughing also stopped. He looked greedily at the quiet and secluded snowy mountain. It was as if he wanted to firmly brand this scene, which moved him, into his heart so that he would never forget it in the years to come. He was moved not only because of this scene or the temple in the mountain. It was also because the Yuanqi here had reached a level that made one tremble. The eyes on Fan Xian's pale face were sunken, and he was extremely thin. With each breath, he seemed to feel that he was gradually becoming healthier. Haiteng was the first to sense Fan Xian's strangeness. Haiteng was the first to sense Fan Xian's strangeness. Her body was already exhausted. Her usually bright eyes had long been ground into exhaustion by the severe coldness between heaven and earth. At this moment, her eyes lit up again. Following Fan Xian's gaze toward the snowy mountain, she did not speak for a long time. After the sledges stopped, the snow hounds seemed to sense the different atmosphere and howled in a low voice. Of the 60-odd snow hounds, after experiencing such a difficult journey, only 17 remained. The long line of sledges had been abandoned along the way and had been reduced to 5. 13th Wang stood on the one at the very front. He didn't turn his head. He only stared in a daze at the mountain. In a raspy voice he asked, "The temple is in this mountain?" "Yes." Fan Xian, who had been too tired to speak for a few days, found the strength from somewhere, and spat out one word with great determination. After receiving confirmation, the three young people stared in a daze at the snowy mountain in the distance. It was as if they didn't want to take another step forward. Suddenly, 13th Wang jumped down from the sleigh and roared crazily at the snowy mountain. His voice was raspy, angry, and even more elated. Seeing this, Haiteng and Fan Xian couldn't resist smiling. They thought that this last disciple of the Sword Hut, who had always been gentle and determined, had endured until now and finally exploded with the craziness he inherited from Sigujien. After the laughter came silence. Haiteng's eyes grew moist and finally turned into a few clear tears. The tears landed on the leather jacket and quickly turned to ice. Fan Xian shook his head happily and couldn't speak for a long time. Those who had not experienced their long journey would not be able to understand the emotions in their hearts at this moment. It was a kind of satisfaction of achieving a great wish, a kind of heroic spirit that triumphed over heaven and earth, and an impulse that was about to come into contact with the most mysterious place in the world. On the long snowy journey, the snow hounds died on the ground along the way. Fan Xian was seriously ill and could die at any moment. Haiteng and 13th Wang had also been tortured until they lost their human form. Such hardships were not worth mentioning to outsiders. In the end, they had arrived. Without Fan Xian's ample preparation and understanding of nature, the three of them would probably have died on the snowy plains long ago. Thinking of this, Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the snowy mountain in the distance. He couldn't help but think of the two powerful pioneers from many years ago, Master Ku He and Sir Xiaoen. When Fan Xian and his group had set out from northern Qi, it had been early spring. Now it should be summer, the warmest time in the world. Back then, Xiaoen and Ku He's group of hundreds had set out in the summer. There were countless deaths and injuries along the way. By the time they arrived at this snowy mountain, it was the polar night. How had the two pioneers made it through the months-long polar night? Unlike Fan Xian, Xiaoen and Ku He did not have the roadmap and experience left behind by predecessors. Yet they were still able to survive in such a wretched environment. It truly made Fan Xian, who had just escaped death, sigh in admiration. Compared to the two pioneers who ate human flesh, Fan Xian and the other two were actually much happier and more relaxed. However, they were still wretched. Fortunately, Haiteng and 13th Wang were both top warriors in the world. Additionally, there was Fan Xian, a cripple with the knowledge of two lives. Everything seemed to be predestined. Fan Xian was destined to be the person in the world who feared the temple the most. He was also the person who had the most ability to enter the temple and needed to enter it. Fan Xian gradually shook off the excitement and agitation in his heart. Forcefully suppressing his emotions, he gazed calmly at the tall snowy mountain and guessed at the appearance of the large temple in the mountain. In a raspy voice he said, "Rest for the night. Enter the temple tomorrow morning." Chapter 748. Qing Yunyan, Qing Yunyan. Isn't this name meant to wish everyone a happy new year? I wish everyone that in the new year, those who should get married, those who should get pregnant, those who should get married, those who should get married, those who should get married, those who should get into a relationship, those who should get high marks in exams, those who should do business, those who should get promoted, those who should not have to worry about their superiors, those who should work, those who should get more red packets, those who are speculating in the stock market. Everything should be safe on the road, have a good New Year's Eve dinner, and drink less alcohol. Those who write books are happy, and those who read books are happy. Those who do suddenly realize that their web novels are no longer eunuchs. Those who mingle in the forums suddenly realize that those familiar IDs are all girls. Is there anything else I missed out? I wish everyone a happy new year, and all the best. I also wish myself and Fujian Cement Company's business to become more prosperous, and I hope that they can recover their capital as soon as possible. The feeling of being cut in half is really not a good one. I won't lament about the past year, because I only have the word thank you to everyone, nothing else. I don't have to look forward to the coming year, because I will continue to write books seriously, and write stories that everyone likes and that I like, nothing else. Chapter 749. In the fog-shrouded cave in Shangjing West Mountain, Fan Xian had once told Xiaoen, who was dying, that he was actually just a tourist walking in this world. He wanted to see more scenery, so he had a strong interest in the temple. Unlike the Northern Qi Emperor, who wanted to use the power of the temple to unify the world, the former Wei Emperor who wanted to obtain the secret of immortality from the temple, and the Qing Emperor who used the temple as a fighter with unusual valiance, Fan Xian's interest in the temple in the past was mainly in the unknowns. Fan Xian's strong desire for the temple's secrets inevitably had more practical considerations attached to it. He needed to enter the temple and find traces of Uncle Wu Zhu to confirm his safety. He also needed to try to find a way to return to the world and defeat the Qing Emperor. These were actually only two sides of the same thing. As long as Uncle Wu Zhu was still alive, then everything would be easy to handle. In Fan Xian's understanding, there was no one in this world who could harm Uncle Wu Zhu and leave him behind. The black-shrouded young grandmaster possessed overly powerful and wondrous skills. Even if the great grandmasters who had once existed in the world worked together, Wu Zhu would probably have enough ways to escape. The problem was this snowy mountain was the temple, that illusory fairyland that had always stood above the clouds of human society's legends. For such a place that did not belong to the secular world, even Wu Zhu was probably not a match for it. Reality seemed to prove this point. Uncle Wu Zhu had returned to the temple to search for his roots. A few years had already passed, yet there had been no news. If he had not been imprisoned in the temple, then he had probably already left this world. The morning sun did not have a glimmer of warmth. It shone coldly on the three people at the foot of the snowy mountain. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look at the majestic snowy mountain in front of him that seemed to cover half the sky. He watched the ice and snow reflect a jade-like glow under the morning light. He was silent for a long time and didn't speak. The three top young people in the world had set out from the camp when the sky was still dark. After walking for a few hours, they approached the snowy mountain with great difficulty. What shocked Haiteng and 13th Wang was that Fan Xian seemed to be very familiar with the path under the snowy mountain. He led the two of them easily through a narrow passageway under the snowy mountain, and came directly to the other side. This side of the great snowy mountain was also a plain made of ice. There was nothing but snow and ice. The three of them had passed through the snowy mountain and arrived on the other side. Their camp was on the other side of the snowy mountain. Where is the temple? 13th Wang asked between breaths, carrying Sigu Jian's urn of ashes on his back. His face, which was wrapped in cloth clothing, was frozen red. Fan Xian was supported by Haiteng. He narrowed his eyes and looked up the mountain. Back then, Xiao In and Master Ku He went up from this side of the mountain. Logically speaking, the temple should be right in front of us. However, there was nothing in front of them. There was only jade-like ice and snow covering the mountain range of an unknown color. At this moment, the wind was not strong. The sky had not sent down a snowstorm. Their field of view was vast and clear. In this clear field of view, it was impossible to find any signs of man-made carvings. Haiteng, who was supporting him, was silent for a moment. She then suddenly said, "In the old legends, the temple only appears in front of common people for 1 or 2 days a year. If the temple does not want to be seen by mortals, then no matter how hard mortals search, they will not be able to find it. Legends are, after all, just legends." Fan Xian covered his mouth and coughed. The clothes he wore were very thick, and could barely withstand the cold of the outside world. Speaking of which, it was rather miraculous. Presently the temple was close at hand. Although he didn't know its location, the dense yuanqi between heaven and earth had begun to flow faster into his body, making his injuries and illness much better. With great difficulty, the coughing stopped. Fan Xian blinked his eyes and looked tiredly at the messy snow and rocks on the snowy mountain. The legends may not be true. Back then, your teacher and Sir Xiao In endured a few months under this snowy mountain just to wait 1 or 2 days for the temple to appear. I don't know how much human flesh they ate. I don't want to wait. Fan Xian had experienced 2 lives that other people could not have. So he absolutely believed that there was the will of heaven in the unseen world. However, the education he had received in his previous life made it impossible for him to shake off his atheism. Thus, this contradiction made him feel a faint reverence toward the temple. On the other hand, he didn't really believe in the so-called legends. If the legends are not true, then there must be a trick to the temple being hidden in this snowy mountain. Haitang Duodwa's entire face was covered by her fur collar. In a droning voice she said, "If we want to search through this mountain, given our present state, it will probably take a lot of time." "I also understand. Since it will take a lot of time, then let's quickly begin," Fan Xian said in a raspy voice. He then glanced at 13th Wang. "Presumably, you have also noticed that the nights here are particularly short. After a few more days, there will probably be no nights. It will be more convenient for us to search." After many months of arduous travel on the snowy plains, Fan Xian no longer purposely hid the knowledge he knew from his previous life in front of Haitang and 13th Wang. Each of his predictions eventually became reality. However, Haitang and 13th Wang did not know the basis of his predictions. In their hearts, Fan Xian appeared more and more mysterious and unfathomable. During these months, Haitang and 13th Wang did not have a sliver of doubt or hesitation toward any of Fan Xian's predictions or orders. However, at this moment, the three of them stood in front of the snowy mountain and were about to begin their search for the temple. 13th Wang did not head toward the snowy mountain. Instead, he glanced at Haitang. Coincidentally, Haitang also glanced at 13th Wang. Their gazes met. They both saw the worry and shock in each other's eyes. Fan Xian noticed the strangeness of his two friends. Furrowing his brows slightly, he coughed and said, "What is it?" 13th Wang was silent for a moment. He then looked at him and said, "We are just curious. The temple is right in front of us. Based on your predictions, no matter how long it takes, we will always be able to find the temple before the night comes." Fan Xian nodded. He didn't understand the meaning of his words. His brows furrowed even deeper. Beside him, Haitang sighed and said, "What we mean is that we are about to find the temple. Regardless of whether it is to dig out the secret of the temple, or to rescue the blind great master from the temple, you have to have a plan ahead of time, and make some preparations. If you have any understanding, you have to let us know ahead of time. Given your present physical condition, there are many things that require us to do." The temple was like a fairyland. At least, it was so in the hearts of the people of this land. Fan Xian and the other two were exploring the temple. This was a major event. Yet Fan Xian appeared relaxed and careless. It was even a bit sloppy. It was as if he was truly just traveling. Who knew what kind of dangers were hidden on this snowy mountain, and what kind of divine might was difficult for mortals to withstand? Haitang and 13th Wang were both top figures with the most determined wills and willpower in the world. Faced with this snowy mountain, they still found it difficult to suppress a sense of confusion and fear. They truly did not understand how Fan Xian could still be so relaxed and at ease. Back then, Ku He and Xiaowen returned from the temple alive. This place is not as terrifying as people imagine. Fan Xian smiled bitterly. Back then, the two of them were already superior 9th-level aces. However, they were tortured for half a year and were about to die. Their strength is not as good as we are now. Since they can return alive, what are we afraid of? Furthermore, Uncle Wu Zhu and the Emperor have both said that the temple has already fallen into ruin and has no power. Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly. "I believe in the Emperor's judgment because he has basically never made any mistakes in this life." Even though the temple had fallen into ruin, it was still a temple. Could mortals stop worshipping it? More importantly, I only know the way to the temple and its outer appearance. As for what is inside, I don't know either, Fan Xian said with a helpless smile. Since it is so, then it is useless to make any more preparations. Let's search. We'll talk about it after we find it. This was a very irresponsible way of doing things. Fan Xian had spent his entire life immersed in the darkness of the Overwatch Council. He never fought a battle unprepared. Even when faced with the unfathomable Emperor, he still came up with clever plans and bravely thought of little ways to win. Looking at this snowy mountain that he knew nothing about, how could he have prepared? The snowy mountain remained silent, solemn, and cold. It was as if it had no idea that three mortals were nervously and quietly searching for its secrets. The temple, which was rumored to be omnipotent and omniscient, was still like a girl waiting to be married, hidden in the wind and snow, unwilling to show its true face. After climbing up the snowy mountain with great difficulty for a long time, the wind on the mountain gradually grew stronger. It swirled up the snow on the rocks, blinding the eyes. Fan Xian's eyes remained clear and steady. He did not let go of any details that could have been missed. In his calculations, the temple only appeared for 1 or 2 days a year. The last time Xiao En and Ku He had seen the temple was the day after the polar night ended. There had to be some pattern hidden here. Only after the polar night did the sunlight fall on this snowy mountain. Did the people in the temple want to sunbathe, so they appeared? Leaning against Haitong's warm back, Fan Xian turned his head in satisfaction and sniffed the girl's neck. He was incomparably happy. He knew that his deduction was certainly correct. In the direction of the snowy mountain facing the sky, there would certainly be some man-made traces of ice and snow being broken. Haitong's brows furrowed slightly. She didn't understand where Fan Xian's confidence came from. She also didn't know why he was so happy. Reality was as Fan Xian expected. It didn't take long before 13th Wang, who was searching about 600 meters to the right, suddenly turned his head and made a hand gesture toward the two of them. In the wind and snow, it was difficult to hear clearly what 13th Wang had found. Fan Xian and Haitang could easily sense the excitement of the Sword Hut disciple. In a snowy depression, Fan Xian crouched down and carefully examined the traces 13th Wang had found. He pulled out a hole in the ice and snow and found what they had been looking for a long time, some man-made traces. It was something like a track. It was made of an unknown material. Even in such a harsh and cold environment, it was still incomparably smooth and did not deform at all. Fan Xian stood with Haitong's support and followed the track into the depths of the ice and snow until it reached the top. The wind and snow were strong. The majestic mountain range of ice and snow seemed to have suddenly snapped in the middle and sunk in. That was probably the end of the track. 13th Wang found a few other tracks beside this one. They were all made of a very high-quality material. No one knew what they were used for. The three of them immediately became nervous. There could only be one explanation for the sudden appearance of these magical tracks in this bitterly cold place that mortals would find difficult to reach. "Climb up along it," Fan Xian said in a raspy voice. Fan Xian spoke in a raspy voice. His voice trembled slightly, but his eyes were a calm that he barely managed to maintain with a valiant will. There were no paths on the snowy mountain. There was snow and wind everywhere. If one was the slightest bit careless, they would fall off the mountain and end up with their bones crushed. Fortunately, Fan Xian had brought Haitang and 13th Wang, two powerful warriors here. Otherwise, how could a sick person like him endure the power of heaven and earth? The three of them suppressed their nervousness and faint fear and followed the smooth track. Going against the wind and snow, they climbed up the mountain range. After climbing for an indeterminable amount of time, when 13th Wang and Haitang both felt that the zhenqi in their bodies was about to be completely used up by the icy and snowy tracks, they suddenly felt their vision darken. The mountain was barren and the snow had no path. The sky darkened and the earth opened up. Fan Xian and the other two stared in a daze at the stone steps at the end of the track. They were speechless for a long time. This place was truly a work of nature. Such long stone steps were hidden on a platform deep in the mountain range. If someone could actually come to the snowy mountain, they would not be able to see these stone steps from the foot of the mountain. The temple appeared for 1 or 2 days every year. Did it mean that these stone steps would slide out along the track and bathe in the sunlight to welcome travelers who came with great difficulty to worship? These stone steps were made of green stone. No one knew how many thousands or tens of thousands of years they had experienced the baptism of ice and frost. There were many damaged areas. Amidst the ancientness, there was an ancient and frightening beauty. Different from the tracks, only when they saw these seemingly endless stone steps did the three of them truly feel like they were entering the temple. As they slowly walked up the stone steps, an indescribable atmosphere shrouded the three of them and shrouded the stone steps. The three of them maintained their silence at the same time. No matter who it was, in the moment before the mysterious veil of the temple was lifted, they would probably find it difficult to hide their excitement and fear. This was a kind of excitement and fear toward the unknown. It was human instinct. A long, light gray eve appeared above the stone steps and reflected itself in their eyes. Haitang and 13th Wang's bodies froze slightly and paused. Fan Xian broke away from Haitang's support and stared at the gray eve calmly, almost crazily, as he walked toward the top of the stone steps. Under the long, light gray eve was a black stone wall. Just like this, as the three of them walked, it slowly revealed its true appearance. A solemn feeling followed the temple as it emerged from the world of ice and snow and enveloped the entire world. The temple finally appeared in front of the three of them. It appeared so calmly and naturally that it made the three of them feel a trace of disbelief. They had searched for it for thousands of miles in the crowd, dreamed of it, suspected that they had entered a dream. The temple that tens of thousands of people had searched up and down for thousands of years had actually appeared just like that. They could not help but feel a strange emotion. Standing at the top of the last stone step, Fan Xian's hands outside his leather jacket trembled slightly. He looked woodenly at the temple in front of him, and was unable to speak for a long time. Beside him, Haitang and 13th Wang found it even harder to suppress the emotions in their hearts. With perplexed expressions, they looked at the magnificent building. The temple was very large. At least, it was impossible to build such a grand temple with the construction skills of the human world. The tall black stone walls were like unmelting black ice that stretched in front of the three of them. The long, light gray eaves extended all the way to the end of the platform above the stone steps. No one knew how many secrets of history and heaven and earth surrounded it. To be able to build such a grand temple, the platform at the end of the stone steps, hidden deep in the snowy mountains, was extraordinarily large. It was many times larger than the square in front of the Qing royal palace, which could hold tens of thousands of people. The thing that gave the three of them the most direct sense of pressure and grandeur was the front door of the temple in front of them. This door was at least 27 feet tall and immeasurably deep. Its color was a simple and unadorned dark color. The three of them stood on the stone steps. They were still dozens of feet away from the front door of the temple. Because the front door was too tall and large, it made them feel as if it was right in front of their eyes. The pressure it gave off was very powerful. It wanted to make one fall to the ground and worship endlessly. Standing on the platform in front of the temple, Fan Xian, Haitang, and 13th Wang were all the most extraordinary young people in the world. However, in this grand square in front of the temple, they were like three lost ants in the grass. Suddenly raising their heads and finding a large tree blocking the sun, they were shocked speechless. The only person who could maintain his calm was probably Fan Xian. After all, he had seen Jin Mao and the Three Gorges Dam in his previous life. He knew that the temple in front of him was certainly a miracle in the eyes of the people of this world. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a pretty building. It was difficult for one to see the ocean as water. It was difficult for one to see Mount Wu as clouds. In the past, Fan Xian could not explain these words to Zhuang Mohan and Sirhan. Presently in front of the temple, Fan Xian found a new explanation. One's horizons and experience determined the height one stood at. Because he had experienced it, it was difficult to be intimidated. Fan Xian was not more outstanding than Haitang and 13th Wang. It was precisely because he had experienced a more developed civilization in his previous life that he appeared much calmer. Even so, with the temple in front of him, it was still difficult for him to suppress his nervousness. He stared fixedly at the doors of the temple in front of him, and was silent for a long time. In an instant he lowered his head and looked at the green stone steps under his feet. He thought of decades ago, when Master Ku He, whose body was already extremely broken, had used his palms to slap the stone steps under his feet and cried bitterly. Now the three of them could be considered much calmer. After calming his emotions, Fan Xian suddenly raised his head. His pupils constricted slightly as he stared at the large signboard above the doors of the temple. Just as Shaoan had said in the cave, because it had been too long, what was written on the signboard could no longer be seen clearly. There were only some incomplete symbols left. In Shaoan's narration, perhaps these symbols were the mysterious decree of heaven. In Fan Xian's eyes, these symbols that had finally appeared in front of him represented an even more shocking discovery. Fan Xian stared in a daze at the only remaining Wu on the signboard, as well as the three symbols below it. One up, one down, one up, one down, two circular arcs put together. It was the entire content of the symbol. He extended his finger into the cold air, and unconsciously began to move along with the symbol. Ever since the 5th year of the Qing calendar, he didn't know how much effort he had put into this Wu, and these 3 identical symbols. He had also asked Uncle Wu Zhu and Sigu Jian for guidance. After all, there was too little information, so he had come up with nothing. Now this Wu and these symbols had finally appeared in front of him. How could he not feel agitated? Fan Xian noticed the position of the incomplete Wu on the signboard, as well as the position of the 3 symbols. A bright light flashed through his mind like lightning. It made him completely stunned. His legs seemed to be out of his control, as he walked in a daze toward the doors of the temple. Haiteng and 13th Wang finally awoke from their shock at seeing the true appearance of the temple. They immediately noticed Fan Xian's abnormality and nervously followed him toward the doors of the temple. Fan Xian's gaze was still locked tightly onto the large signboard as he muttered to himself. He spoke faster and faster. It was impossible to tell that he was a patient. An excited flush rose to his face. What heavenly seal! If this isn't the letter M, what else could it be? Fan Xian's tired gaze had been completely replaced by a bright light of complicated emotions. He gritted his teeth and laughed foolishly. Looking at the large signboard, he finally understood what the temple was. He finally knew that the deduction he had never told anyone was correct. The tracks in the snowy mountain were not used to transport the stone steps to the sky beyond the mountain. Instead, they were used to transport the entire temple to the sky. The temple also needed energy. It needed sunlight. That was why it had appeared in front of the people after the polar night. It was this point that allowed Fan Xian to confirm that the temple was not a miracle. It was just a building whose exact use was still unknown. More importantly, he was finally sure that the ground he was standing on was still that blue planet. It was the Earth he had once mentioned to Dabao under the boundless starry sky. Fan Xian's lips were pale. Trembling, he said to himself, "If this is the Earth, then what is this temple? 3M's a thing. I didn't have such a large museum at the time." Endless emotions rushed into his mind, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. His cheeks were red, his lips were pale, and his eyes were somewhat lost. Yes, the temple was just a very, very old museum. The word Wu, that Xiao En remembered, was not a sickle or an axe. The 3M's were not heavenly seals, nor were they the marks of the Russian spaceships. They were just the most common letter in the English language. Yes, the large signboard of the temple clearly had the word thing, but the 3M's below were the missing parts of the word. The temple was a museum. Fan Xian stood woodenly in front of the gate of the temple. Raising his head to look at the large signboard, he could not believe his eyes. If the world he was in was the Earth, then when was this museum, which clearly had a history of tens of thousands of years, built? Where were the people who built these museums? Why did such an existence exist in the world? Why did this museum become the temple that people spoke of? Thinking of the vague legends in human history, the Tianmai beings, the messengers of the temple, and the martial formulas and chests that had been stolen from the temple by his mother, Yi Qingmei, Fan Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. He felt as if he had found the greatest secret of this world, but he found that there were still too many questions that he could not explain clearly. Fan Xian coughed violently. In front of the dark gate of the temple, in front of the gate that looked like a book of history, he stooped down. An angry and helpless voice rang out from his chest. "What kind of F***King museum is this?" "This is a military museum." An emotionless voice rang out from the gate of the temple. It seemed to only want to answer Fan Xian's question, which was full of frustration and panic. Yes, the temple is a museum, and a military museum at that. When Xiao Yezi transmigrated, she could not have brought that chest with her. That chest has always been in the temple, but she stole it. I have always said that the cute Xiao Yezi is a thief. Comrade Fan Han, in the chapters of the Temple of Eternal Night, once wrote a book review. He guessed that the temple might be something, and that the symbols are the Soviet sickles and axes. Many other readers have made similar deductions, and they are all very powerful. However, from the beginning of this book, I set the temple as this because of my personal preference. I like interesting things, and that is why I am obsessed with the story. In this world, in this story, other than transmigrating, everything else needs a reason. Writing out the cause and effect is my love. Is the secret of the temple revealed just like that? No. How do I explain the secret manuals that created the great grandmasters? In the past, there was a mountain, and in the mountain there was a temple. In the temple, there must be a person. The next chapter will slowly tell everyone about the origin and story of the temple. There is much more, and I have to write slowly. I have never tried to work during the new year. This year is the first time. I found that it is indeed not something a human should do, so I applied for leave. Now is the most important end of the Qing dynasty, so I will write slowly. I do not want to squeeze time to write to ensure that there are updates. That would be the worst. In the next few days, I will still not update. I think everyone is used to my laziness, so I will not say too many apologies. I earnestly flattered everyone and did not disappoint them. I bowed deeply and left the stage. Chapter 750. The wind and snow stopped. Hearing the calm voice, Fan Xian's pupils constricted. He looked warily at the heaven-like wooden door in front of him. He didn't know what kind of monster would run out from inside. After a long time, the temple in the depths of the snowy mountain remained silent. After the voice in the temple answered Fan Xian's unconscious angry question, it seemed to have sunk into some complicated thought process and sank into silence. Immediately after, the strangely large door in front of the temple silently opened a crack. When such a heavy door opened, it didn't make a single sound. It made one shiver even though it wasn't cold. The temple door opened at a 15-degree angle. From the front, one couldn't see the scenery inside. However, this silent opening seemed to indicate some kind of invitation from the person in the temple. Fan Xian's heart began to thump, and then he forced it to calm down. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the shadow of the temple door. There was not a trace of expression on his face. Unexpectedly, he slowly sat down on the shallow white snow on the stone platform. He had thought that it would be like decades ago. When Master Ku he was about to open the temple door, a black shadow would come out like lightning and give them a powerful blow. However, when the temple door opened, there was not a trace of movement. Could it be that the person in the temple also felt lonely and cold? Did the person in the temple hope to see them come? The mountain of treasures was in front. Hell was in front. Heaven was in front. And the scene of flowers and snow was in front. It was only a short distance away, yet Fan Xian sat down. A slightly bitter smile hung from the corners of his lips. He closed his eyes and began to meditate endlessly. Haitang and 13th Wang did not understand the conversation between the voice in the temple and Fan Xian. After all, there were no museums in this world. They also did not understand why Fan Xian would sit down in front of the temple door. They stared in a daze at the open door of the temple. Nervously, they walked to Fan Xian's side, took out the weapons at their side, and began to stand guard for him. Haitang's weapon was still the soft sword at her waist. 13th Wang had found a wooden stick from somewhere. Like a hunter, his eyes stared sharply at the temple door that had opened a crack. The three of them stood silently in front of the temple gate. The yuanqi in the surroundings was very thick. Fan Xian acutely sensed this, which was why he had closed his eyes and sat down. Before entering the temple, he had to at least ensure that he could move without hindrance. If he had to run wildly in a moment, he would at least not burden Haitang and 13th Wang. Since the temple was right in front of them, and the temple doors were already open, they had waited for tens of thousands of years. Why was there a need to rush at this moment? After an indeterminable amount of time, Fan Xian slowly opened his eyes. The 36,000 pores on his body greedily absorbed enough yuanqi to repair a great deal of the wounds in his meridians. The zhenqi accumulated at the back of his waist could finally try to slowly flow. His spirit was much better, and he was ready to enter the temple. Fan Xian's eyes landed on the door of the temple. 13th Wang was also staring nervously at it. With two crisp chirps, a little bird walked out childishly from the door of the temple and chirped at the three people outside. The bird's body was green and beautiful. It gave off a sense of purity. Outside the temple, the three people looked at the bird's arrival and couldn't help but start. They hadn't thought that the person coming to the temple to welcome guests would not be some demonic immortal general, but a bird. The green bird was attentively watching. "Let's go." Haiteng looked at the beautiful green bird, and her heart trembled slightly. She unconsciously said this and helped Fan Xian up from the snowy ground. Fan Xian's spirit was much better. He thought for a moment and then said, "Let's go in." One temple, one world. Behind the door was another world. However, what was different from what people imagined was that behind the gate of the temple was not a beautiful fairyland. It was also different from what Haiteng imagined. That green bird flew away with a chirp, and there were no more cute creatures that came to welcome the hardworking traveler. Inside the temple was a square, a very large square. There were some large buildings scattered around the square. Although these buildings were tall, they were all blocked by the black stone wall outside. The people under the snowy mountain would not be able to see them. The materials and style of these buildings, as well as their height and breadth, were not at a level that the world people lived in could reach. On the walls on either side of the path, there were traces of extremely dilapidated murals. One could still faintly see a thread of lines and some very dim colors. Fan Xian and the other two walked along the path inside the temple. Raising their heads, they saw a snowy sky. Lowering their heads, they saw a snowy ground. They only felt that the world was still so quiet. The legendary scenes and scenery around them did not seem to exist in reality. The three of them were like three little black dots walking silently along the path. The voice in the temple did not ring out again. It was as if the people in the temple did not care where they came from and couldn't be bothered to guide them where they were going. Thus Fan Xian and the other two only walked silently and casually along the path inside the temple. Their eyes calmly observed the eaves and large stone platforms of the buildings that passed by them. They appeared normal and casual, but waves of shock had long risen in their hearts. After all, this was the interior of the temple. No one in this world had probably ever entered. The land of legend and myth had finally appeared in front of them. What kind of complicated emotions were Haiteng Duo and 13th Wang suppressing under their outward calmness? Back then, Ku He and Shaoan had only been outside the temple's door when they met the Black Shadow and Little Fairy. Fan Xian and the other two had actually walked into the temple. Fan Xian had to be calmer. He had already faintly guessed the history of the temple from the voice in the temple's reply. His gaze stopped on the remnants of the wall paintings on the two sides of the path. The paint had peeled off badly. It was impossible to see clearly what was depicted on them. The secret of history seemed to be hidden in these paintings. However, Fan Xian easily found familiar traces in the remaining lines. Just like how the architectural style of the temple had influenced the dark green royal palace in Shangjing, the style of the wall paintings in the temple, and the paintings in the Qing temple, and even the restaurants in Yisher Tavern all seemed to come from the same source. It looked like the temple had stood in the world for thousands of years. Although it did not enter the world, it always had a faint influence on it. The wind and snow in the temple were much lighter than outside the walls. At this moment, the wind and snow had stopped long ago. There was only a thin layer of powdery snow on the path. Fan Xian and the other two's footprints were clearly imprinted on it, turning into a lonely line that went straight into the depths of the temple. Along the way, they only saw some broken buildings on the verge of collapse and a cold and uninhabited wasteland. This place was not a fairyland or the realm of the gods. Just as the emperor and Uncle Wu Zhu had said, it was just a broken place. Fan Xian pulled back his gaze from the footprints in the snow and thought for a moment. He then continued to lead Haiteng and 13th Wang forward. After entering the snowy plains, he had become the leader of the three of them. Although his injuries had not recovered and his illness had worsened, Haiteng and 13th Wang faintly sensed that Fan Xian had more knowledge in certain areas than most people in the world. In front of them, the small, agile, and beautiful green bird was still chirping. Appearing and disappearing, it led the three young warriors who had come to worship the temple through the thin snow. Accompanied by loneliness and silence, they walked forward. They roughly confirmed the range of the buildings inside the temple. It was a flat square. Without realizing it, The three of them had already walked to the center of the temple. In the center of the temple was a platform. Behind the platform was the most well-preserved building. Although many scars from time could still be seen on the outside of the building, the gradually eroding stone edges bore witness to the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. In the end, this building had not collapsed. Walking all the way here, they did not see a single person or the legendary emissary of the temple. There was only the green bird flying and landing on the stone platform covered in thin snow. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. He found that the green bird had landed on the thin snow, but did not leave any footprints. The temple emissary did not appear. The silence of the voice confirmed another fact for him. Perhaps it was a mysterious reaction, but the three of them stopped in front of the stone platform. Looking at the green bird on the snowy platform, they were silent. It was as if they wanted to see it become a flower, or bring back a flower with its mouth. After waiting for an indeterminable amount of time, the oppressive silence in the temple did not change at all. Fan Xian's movements also did not change at all. His body was slightly trembling, but his heart was trembling slightly. Along the way, the traces of the buildings they had passed actually made him nervous. He faintly felt that these buildings were the remains of a civilization left behind countless years ago. Perhaps there was some connection between them and the world in his previous life. There is no danger in the temple. Those emissaries of the temple should have all died. Fan Xian's raspy voice suddenly broke the silence that had been maintained for countless years inside the temple. The green bird on the platform turned its head and glanced at him. Fan Xian's sudden words startled Haitang and 13th Wang beside him. Ever since they had entered the temple, Haitang and 13th Wang's emotions had been shaken by the never-before-seen and never-before-heard enormous building remains, and the little green bird that seemed to be able to communicate. They had long lost the calm judgment they had in the world and were perplexed. All dead. Haitang and 13th Wang had purely and unconsciously repeated Fan Xian's words. It was impossible for them to agree with his judgment. There was no danger in the temple? An illusory place that only existed in myths and legends had suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Who could be like Fan Xian and forcefully say such a judgment? Haitang looked at the green bird on the platform. Her face was slightly pale. In a trembling voice she said, "Even if it is a broken fairyland, it is still a fairyland. Heaven and man walk different paths. One must have a heart of respect." The naive children of Tianyi Dao worshipped the temple deeply in their bones. Among the disciples of Qing Mountain, no one had ever inherited Master Ku He's valiant spirit, including Haitang. When people faced the temple and entered it, they all unconsciously felt that they were much weaker. What is there to fear? Fan Xian did not say this out loud. He thought viciously in his heart. Uncle Wu Zhu had said that there were not many people left in the family. One had died in the alley outside the manor. When his mother died, one had also died in the temple. Seeing that he had entered this place safely and still no emissary from the temple had appeared, he could be sure that this rundown temple was just a wasteland. The temple was not a fairyland. It was just a ruin. After confirming this reality, Fan Xian no longer had any fear in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the green bird on the platform. Suddenly he said, "It looks like the emissary is dead. The immortals in the temple have long left, leaving only this fairy bird. Let's stroll around. Let's go back." Haitang and 13th Wang turned their heads to look at Fan Xian in disbelief. Their emotions were unsettled. They did not hear Fan Xian's lie. Of course, this was also because of the faint disappointment and sorrow that could not be wiped away on Fan Xian's pale face. His acting was too brilliant. Blind. Haitang was going to say that if the temple was truly so barren and broken down, if there was truly no supreme existence beyond the 6 directions, why didn't they try to find Wu Zhu's whereabouts and instead return without any success? 13th Wang's muscles were tense. He didn't know how to face this spacious and desolate temple. After experiencing so many hardships, they had finally passed through the snowy plains to reach this place. How could he be willing to return? Fan Xian coughed hurriedly and stopped Haitang's question. He only stared fixedly at the green bird on the platform. Everything in the world needed a reason. since the temple was only the ruins of a civilization and a museum. Then the voice in the temple had invited the three of them into the temple. Naturally, there was something he needed to do. Things developed as Fan Xian expected. The green bird on the snowy platform suddenly chirped a few times and flapped its wings toward the misty sky. It only flew about 100 feet high, before it suddenly turned into countless spots of light, and disappeared into the air. Haitang and 13th Wang's bodies trembled. Using their fastest speed, they moved closer to Fan Xian and protected his entire body. They were terrified that the change in the temple would cause Fan Xian, the weakest person, to die. Fan Xian was not afraid at all. He only narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the slowly descending spots of light. The spots of light fell into the air above the platform and began to coalesce together like countless fireflies in the summer night sky. For some mysterious reason, they had arranged themselves into a certain shape. The spots of light gradually grew brighter and dimmer, revealing a gradually clearer figure in the air. The lines grew clearer. They could see clearly the flowing clouds at the corners of the sleeves, the black gold and jade belt at the waist, and the upturned shoes at the feet. An elder in a wide-sleeved ancient robe appeared in midair. It was impossible to see his features clearly, but it was possible to clearly see his existence. His feet were not standing on the platform. Instead, he was floating in the air. He was clearly there, but Haitang and 13th Wang could not feel a trace of his breathing or heartbeat. They didn't even feel his existence. Standing in the air, it was as if he wanted to go with the wind. His wide sleeves danced gently on the platform. A faint light enveloped the elder's entire body. Such a scene stunned the hearts of the three people in front of the platform. To be able to dance in the air and emit golden light, what level of cultivation was this? No, this was no cultivation. This was clearly a celestial technique. Other than the immortals in the temple, who else could appear in front of the people in such a way that made people want to kneel and worship? Haitang and 13th Wang opened their dazed eyes and looked at the scene in front of them that they could not understand no matter what. Naturally, they connected the existence formed by the green bird to the legendary immortals in the temple. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Naturally, they knelt down and sincerely knelt toward the snowy ground. Fan Xian also knelt down. His knees sank into the thin, soft snow. His body began to tremble like a mortal who had sunk into excitement and could not free himself. No one could explain the scene in front of them. Even the civilization of Fan Xian's previous life could not create such a miraculous phenomenon. The immortal standing in the air, glowing with a bright light, appeared very real. He was truly like a god. However, most of Fan Xian's excitement and fear were still faked. He forced himself to calm down. His mind spun quickly as he analyzed the immortal who had appeared in front of him. If this temple was a museum and, as the people in the temple said, a military museum, then how could there be immortals? Since it was not an immortal, then what was it? Fan Xian had lived 2 lives and had never squeezed out his brain cells like he did today. His head was slightly lowered as he thought furiously. Was it the holographic image he had heard of in his previous life? Fan Xian didn't throw a handful of snow over to see if it would pass through the immortal's body. Once he made up his mind, his fear naturally lessened a great deal. Like Haitang and 13th Wang, he knelt sincerely in front of the snowy platform. Northern Chi's Tianyi Dao, Haitang greets immortals. Haitang Duoduo thought that the immortal in the temple would certainly know of the Qing mountain branch, the Tianyi Dao school that worshipped the temple and spread the temple's benevolent ideals. Dongyi's sword hut, 13th Wang. 13th Wang's voice was a bit strange. This brave young man was probably finally confused by the mental blow. Qing Kingdom's Fan Xian. Fan Xian did not hide his true name. The last temple emissary had died at Uncle Wu Zhu's hands because of the emperor's ruthless methods. Presumably, the temple did not know of his connection to Yi Qingmei. He was only thinking about what the temple wanted to do by opening its doors wide to the 3 of them. If the temple had pretended to be immortals in this world's myths and legends for countless years, then presumably, they would continue acting today. To pretend to be immortals, they had to be extremely pretentious and put on airs. Only then would they be able to scare people like Haitang and 13th Wang. If they didn't speak first, the temple would probably not have any reaction. The three of us came from the south. Fan Xian recounted the hardships on the snowy plains in a raspy voice to prove their determination, and their worship and yearning for the temple. Haiteng and 13th Wang finally came to their senses and knew that Fan Xian was lying. They couldn't help but feel shocked. They thought that immortals could tell if they were loyal or not with a single thought. To lie in front of an immortal, Fan Xian was being too daring. You are the creatures of the world, the people the mighty temple looks upon with pity. The icy and snowy road proves your determination. If you have any doubts, you need the guidance of light, and the light is right in front of you. The immortal that the green bird had transformed into finally spoke. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. Strangely, it was not icy cold. On the contrary, it had a sense of warmth and intimacy. The immortal's voice echoed through the empty and silent temple, buzzing. No one knew whether the voice came from the immortal's lips or from all directions in the world. The miraculous appearance of these words made Haiteng and 13th Wang once again confirm their judgment that the other party was an immortal. However, Fan Xian smiled coldly in his heart. It was nothing more than an upgraded version of a loud cough. The light was right in front. Did they need guidance? The people of the world were miserable. If they had any doubts, they could ask the immortals in the temple for help. Thus Fan Xian opened his mouth. Most noble immortal, we want to know who we are, where we came from, and where we are going. They had come from the south and had already reached the temple. Who knew where they were going? The green bird led them to the stone platform, but was unable to tell them this philosophical, awkward-sounding question. After the immortal heard Fan Xian's 3 questions, he immediately fell silent. His clothes fluttering in the cold air immediately became stiff and did not tremble at all. Haiteng and 13th Wang did not understand why Fan Xian would ask these 3 questions. Fan Xian had already slowly stood up. His eyes were unusually calm and cold as he looked at the immortal who had sunk into silence. Through careful observation, he finally confirmed his judgment. You are you. You came from where you came from, and you are going to where you are going. The immortal's clothes fluttered. His voice was still warm, and his reply was mysterious. This reply fell into Haiteng's and 13th Wang's ears. If it fell into anyone's ears, it would seem particularly beautiful. However, this was the reply Fan Xian wanted. He looked calmly at the glowing figure floating in the air, and thought to himself that it had taken such a long time to search through the database. It looked like the temple's energy was about to run out. It was clear that the immortal was not angry at Fan Xian for standing up straight and looking at him rudely. Amidst the light, he gazed warmly at Fan Xian. That is not the answer I want, Fan Xian said. An answer is just an answer. Whether or not you need it is actually just a question of your heart. The immortal's reply was still full of the air of a quack. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, I want to know the temple's past. The immortal once again fell silent. The light enveloping his clothes immediately dimmed. Fan Xian stared unblinkingly at the patch of light, and silently begged in his heart. If you are truly a holographic image, if you are truly just a guide for this museum, complete your mission and narrate this already lost history. If someone could actually enter the legendary temple, perhaps they would want the golden touch, the art of immortality, or those incomparably miraculous martial secrets. Fan Xian was different. What he wanted to know the most was the history of the temple. Outside the door of the temple, he had once blurted out the words museum. It was clear that the person in the temple had not guessed because of those 3 people, that there was a soul faintly connected to him in Fan Xian's body. The immortal's clothes froze for a long time. The light dimmed a great deal. Perhaps the thoughts of the people dancing in the spots of light were weighing some kind of permission to enter. Chapter 751. I'm tired, I'm sick, I'm rushing around everywhere, I basically don't drink, and in the end, I'm also exhausted. Oh, I'm really a useless person. The cows are always losing, crying sadly, just like how they sighed during the law net last time. There's nothing perfect in this world to begin with. On the 10th day of the new year, the update resumed, and then with a spurt of energy, Chapter 752. Why did the temple appear? Why did it appear? Its past, present, and future were the target of Fan Xian's question. After Fan Xian's question rang out in the snow-covered temple, the fairy that the green bird had transformed into sank into silence. Haitang and 13th Wang also sensed the change in Fan Xian's emotions. Forcefully suppressing the nervousness in their hearts, they raised their heads. In such a wondrous temple of ice and snow, only Fan Xian could maintain his calm. Even those as powerful as Haitang and 13th Wang had become naked babies. Under the gaze of the fairy on the snowy platform, they could not feel a trace of disrespect. The fairy was silent for a long time. He then said to Fan Xian standing at his feet, "This is not something that mortals should attempt to come into contact with or understand. I've never thought of myself as a mortal." Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the specks of light in the air. Lowering his voice he said, "Similarly, I also don't think of you as an immortal." The temple could faintly influence the thousands of years of history of this land. Additionally, there was a law that the temple could not interfere in worldly affairs. Fan Xian knew that in order to maintain his lofty and mysterious position, regardless of whether the temple was a relic or some strange object beside it, it would certainly follow the stories in the legends of the people and disguise itself as an illusory existence. "Since you don't want to tell us, then please tell us, why did you invite us into the temple?" Fan Xian's eyes stared directly at the strange sight and person formed by the specks of light in the air. Calmly he said, "No mortal has ever been able to enter the temple. You let us in, presumably, you have a request for us." Haitang and 13th Wang had already heard something strange in the conversation between Fan Xian and the fairy. Slowly, they rose from the snowy ground. They found that Fan Xian was still able to converse so calmly in front of a supreme existence beyond the scope of common people's understanding. They truly admired him greatly. However, Haitang Duo and 13th Wang still did not understand. Was Fan Xian really going to discuss some sort of deal with the fairy in the temple? Why was he not in a hurry to find the whereabouts of the blind master? Haitang stood gently behind Fan Xian and followed his gaze to the sky. It was just this glance, but it had already used up all the courage in her body. It was also this glance that suddenly moved her heart. Fan Xian was standing in front of the fairy. Why couldn't she? "I've had many professions in the secular world, but I'm still best at business," Fan Xian said. "That is why I am a merchant who only cares about profit. I don't like to reap without sowing. I also don't want to do things that harm my own interests just to be shrouded in the light of the temple. Whatever you want us to do for the temple, you must pay a price." From the moment he entered the temple until now, Fan Xian's entire state of mind had become unusually clear and calm. Yes, he still did not have a definite understanding of the temple, but he had to force himself to calm down and not think of the other person as a god. He could only think of the other person as a real existence. Furthermore, he faintly guessed that this trip to the temple had gone so smoothly because the person in the temple had some request of the three of them. He even had a general idea of that request. The path of the gods is dim, the path of the great path is not prosperous. Wandering on the wrong path, pointing to the mountains and rivers, angry at the wind and clouds, bringing peace to the country therefore. The human figure formed by the spots of light on the snowy platform paused for a moment, and then suddenly opened its mouth to read a long and ancient essay. The central meaning was actually very simple. The fairy in the temple hoped that Fan Xian, Haitang, and 13th Wang could become the emissaries of the temple and secretly observe the world on behalf of the temple. They also wanted to choose an appropriate time to return to the temple and report to the people in the temple. Haitang and 13th Wang sank into deep thought. Complicated emotions rose in their eyes. They had probably never thought that once they entered the temple, the immortals in the temple would not turn them into stone. Instead, they would give them such an important yet nonsensical mission. Observe the affairs of the world on behalf of the temple? In the future, if the three of them left the temple, they would probably never return. The people in the temple could not leave the temple to interfere in worldly affairs, so how could they control them? This was a very simple request. In the eyes of the disciples of Tianyi Dao, this was perhaps a supreme and particularly noble mission. However, in Fan Xian's eyes, This was just another confirmation of his guess. Could it be? This is the legendary Tianmai being? Crabapple Dwudwa's heart trembled slightly as she thought of a term. In the legends, Tianmai individuals were known as the bloodline of the heavens. They would awaken once every several hundred years. Tianmai individuals could represent undefeatable battle prowess, or they could represent great talent and intelligence. These legendary figures would all disappear without a trace in the end. After Haitang Duoduo left Qing Mountain, she was also promoted by the Northern Qi court as this generation's Tianmai being. She was known as a genius. However, she knew that she was not one of those legendary figures. In comparison, Fan Xian, who could remain so calm in the face of an immortal, and could spit out 300 poems in one night, was more like a Tianmai being. Not a Tianmai being. This kind of identity is only that of an emissary of the temple. Fan Xian suddenly broke the silence, and opened his mouth to explain to the two friends beside him. This temple has already been abandoned. Other than this immortal, there are no other emissaries that can observe the movements of the world. More accurately speaking, those emissaries have all died in the human world. If the temple does not want to be forgotten by the world and not want to forget this world, it must find an emissary again. Coincidentally, the three of us came to the temple and gave this immortal a chance. Of course, for him, this was not much of a gamble, because he believed that the experts of the world would be very willing to investigate the world on behalf of the high and mighty temple. Even your teacher could not forget about the temple before he died, much less the other people. Fan Xian glanced at 13th Wang and lowered his head slightly. If you want to be, then be. Presumably, this is the first time the temple has chosen outsiders to be emissaries. They don't have any rules or regulations. Strangely, Fan Xian said these words in front of the immortal on the snowy platform. It was as if he was not worried at all about angering the immortal. Indeed, this was the case. There was not a trace of change in emotion on the immortal's old face formed purely from light. He only waited coldly and woodenly for the three people below the platform to reply. The emissaries of the temple have all died. Of course, there were not many emissaries in the temple to begin with. That is why you thought of using the three of us as your eyes. However, the problem is that you cannot control our actions after we leave the temple. You are only making the only possible choice in a situation where you have no other choice. Fan Xian raised his head and looked at the patch of light. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. However, I still want to gain some benefits. According to my analysis, the so-called Tianmai being is nothing more than, in the long river of history, you, through the emissaries walking the world, imparted knowledge that was not equal to that era to those people. In other words, Master Ku he is a Tianmai being. My emperor is also a Tianmai being. Everyone says that Tianmai beings only appear once every few hundred years, but it is clear that in recent decades, this land has been a bit too lively. The immortal's face did not tremble at all. He only bent his body slightly and looked down at Fan Xian, who was speaking calmly. A moment later, he said, "Those were unexpected circumstances. He is not a Tianmai being." Fan Xian nodded and did not refute these words. Regardless of whether it was the martial method that Master Ku he cultivated or the tyrannical zhenqi that the emperor practiced, they were all things that his mother, Yi Qingmei, had stolen from this rundown temple. There was no legitimacy to the inheritance, so the old man in the temple would not admit it. "Child, you know a lot of things." The immortal on the snowy platform watched Fan Xian warmly. "Don't call me child. I don't like being called that. As for the things I know, I do indeed know a lot. After all, I have my own thoughts. I am not like the emissaries you have sent into the world over the countless years, who have no emotions and thoughts of their own." Fan Xian did not shrink back, and looked back into the immortal's deep eyes. Calmly he said, "I even know that the large article you wrote earlier was actually all plagiarized phrases. From this, it can be seen that you can only do some simple gathering and writing work. You are unable to have your own creative abilities." Ever since he had stood up from the snowy ground, Fan Xian had been calm, even coldly speaking to this figure in the temple as an equal. It was as if he was not worried that this mysterious temple would easily kill him. However, this calmness was actually only a pretense. These emotions were based on his analysis of the temple and the knowledge of two lives. It is Qiu Wuzhou. It looks like you have truly surprised me and made me think of some things. However, if you are willing to become emissaries of the temple, I will not mind the rudeness of your words. The immortal said coldly. The immortal said coldly. The godly temple has never traded with mortals. Please remember this. Since you have remembered some things from the past, you know that not everyone in this world will be scared by you and then listen to whatever you say. The immortal said coldly. You are just a lonely old man. The people under your command have all died one by one. Other than us, who else in the world do you think can find this broken temple? Regardless of whether you let us leave or kill us, you can only be forever trapped in this snowy mountain and never know what exactly has happened in the world you calmly observe. Even if you can make an exception and make a deal, in reality, you have already received the temple's selfless gift. You know that as the children of the temple, you should contribute your strength to the sustainable development of the entire world. I don't know what the temple has bestowed on me. The immortal's gaze swept across the three people in front of the snowy platform. I chose you to enter the temple and gave this great mission to you, because you all have the aura of the temple on you, particularly you. The immortal's gaze finally landed on Fan Xian's body. For Master Ku He to be able to become a great grandmaster, he had relied on the martial method that Yi Qingmei had stolen from the temple. Dongyi's unparalleled sword skills more or less carried some of the style of the emissaries of the temple. The one with the thickest aura was of course Fan Xian. He had lived with Uncle Wu Zhu since he was young. He was Yi Qingmei's son. The major martial methods that the temple had left in the world were all in his body. This immortal, who had guarded the temple for tens of thousands of years, could easily see this. You mean that you cannot give the three of us any more benefits? The corners of Fan Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Since it is so, we cannot enter the temple and return empty-handed. If you don't give, we can only search ourselves. As his words fell, the immortal in the light smiled slightly. It was as if he felt a glimmer of absurdity that an ant-like mortal dared to forcefully steal treasures from the temple under the gaze of a god. After Fan Xian finished speaking, he stopped talking to the dots of light. Instead, he circled around the stone platform and walked toward the most well-preserved building in the temple under the thin layer of snow. Haitang and 13th Wang jumped in fright. They didn't know if such an impolite action would anger the immortal in the temple. Would lightning descend in a moment and turn Fan Xian to dust? The face of the immortal formed by the dots of light on the snowy platform froze slightly. It was as if he had not expected Fan Xian's actions in all of his calculations. Immediately after, the immortal's body immediately disintegrated. In an instant, it appeared in front of Fan Xian's path and blocked the door to the well-preserved building. Disappearing and reappearing at such speed was indeed not something that could appear in the mortal world. However, Haitang Duoduo and 13th Wang forcefully suppressed the shock in their hearts. Turning into two streaks of smoke, they swept over in an attempt to protect Fan Xian's life under the immortal's furious attack. However, nothing happened. Fan Xian's footsteps did not pause at all. He walked straight into the human figure formed by the dots of light. The dots of light were not scattered by his body or flew off in all directions. They did not become countless bolts of lightning and explode him to pieces. Instead, they suddenly swelled and seemed to stick to Fan Xian's snowy robe. Just like this, under Haitang and 13th Wang's shocked gazes, Fan Xian walked straight into the immortal's light. He then walked out and approached the building's main door. A light breeze blew past. The immortal's light flared once again and suddenly appeared in front of the building's main door, blocking in front of Fan Xian. However, a wooden expression appeared in that pair of unfathomable, heaven-like eyes. Fan Xian calmly looked into the eyes of the immortal floating in the air. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "I see through you." Chapter 753. In the extremely cold snowy mountains of the north and the extremely cold misty temple, Fan Xian walked toward the building without turning his head. Once again, he broke through the body of the immortal. In this snow-covered world, Countless dazzling spots of light appeared. No one noticed that under his snowy jacket, his back was already drenched. In such a cold climate, sweat seeped out of his body and soaked all of his undergarments. His expression remained calm. No one knew how much courage and determination he had gathered in that instant when he charged into the immortal's body. Fan Xian did not know what kind of unfathomable power the temple possessed. Was it as the emperor and Uncle Wuxia said, and had already fallen to a certain degree? However, it was clear that Uncle Wuxia had been lost in the temple. This made him feel a natural fear of the temple. However, he still wanted to gamble. Looking at it now, it seemed that he had won the gamble. The immortal's body formed by the spots of light clearly did not have any great power. It was closer to the hologram Fan Xian had guessed earlier. However, there were still many secrets in the temple and many things that could not be explained clearly, such as the dense yuanqi in the surroundings, and the secret martial arts manuals his mother had once stolen. In that world, perhaps there was the Chun Taiji manual, but it was certainly not as wondrous as the tyrannical martial secrets. Fan Xian's thin lips trembled slightly as he stepped over the threshold of the undamaged building. His hands were behind his back as he made a gesture to Haitang and 13th Wang. He hoped that these two companions would be able to stand strong under the might of the temple and help him. He charged into the building. The spots of light followed him in like fireflies, leaving behind an empty patch of snowy ground and the snowy platform without the footprints of a green bird. The two heavy doors closed silently, shutting Fan Xian inside but shutting Haitang and 13th Wang outside. Haitang and 13th Wang had not yet shaken off their shock. They didn't know where Fan Xian found the courage to pass through the immortal's body. They also didn't understand why the immortal had been pushed into a patch of spots of light by Fan Xian. They were more worried about Fan Xian's safety behind the tightly shut door. Haitang Duoduo's eyes narrowed slightly. Light flared in her eyes. Just as she was about to raise all her cultivation and force her way through, 13th Wang suddenly opened his mouth and said, "His hand signal is for us to stay outside and use this opportunity to find someone." Fan Xian had taken such a great risk and left Haitang and 13th Wang outside the door in the hopes that they could use the opportunity he had fought for with his life to search for traces of Uncle Wuxia in the temple. Fan Xian had traveled thousands of li and tirelessly come to the temple because of his closest uncle. This was a building that looked like an ancient temple, but the building material inside was not ordinary bluestone, but a material similar to metal. Fan Xian's pupils constricted slightly. He quickly scanned the inside of the hall. He found that the building was empty. There was nothing out of the ordinary. There were only patches of empty space. Based on the name of the museum, one could faintly think that countless years ago, this place was perhaps an exhibition stand. The murals on the outside of the temple had long fallen. However, the murals in this building were still well preserved. One could clearly see the scenes painted on them. Fan Xian placed his hands behind his back and bent his body like an old man. He carefully walked in front of these murals. His gaze swept across them meticulously and carefully. Since the immortal formed by the light spots was not willing to tell him the truth of history, then he could only find the truth himself. As Fan Xian bent his body and looked intently at the murals, the immortal formed by the light spots floated behind him like a ghost. Fan Xian knew this, but he didn't turn his head to look. He also didn't open his mouth to ask anything. The scene was very strange. Being followed by an immortal or a ghost, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a bit scared. However, he appeared unusually calm. The style of these murals was very similar to the oil paintings Fan Xian knew from his previous life. The contents depicted were all ancient myths that were occasionally mentioned in the classics of the land. However, the faces of the gods were very blurry. Regardless of whether they were thundering on the summit of a mountain, floating in the sea, or bathing in the magma of a volcano, there was always a strange white fog that covered their true faces. Fan Xian's heart thumped. He once again thought of the murals in the Qing Temple in Jingdo, and the murals in the Qing Temple on Dong Mountain. The contents depicted on these murals were events from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. They must have been passed down through countless generations, so it was inevitable that they were blurry. However, this temple was the source of all legends. Why were the faces of the gods on these murals still blurry? The immortal in the temple, who had been following Fan Xian's footsteps like a wisp of light, suddenly said, "These murals were created by Bo. Bo? 300 years ago, the great magician in the West. I heard that he and his wife, Fu Bo, were both Tianmai beings. In the end they disappeared without a trace. So in the end they returned to the temple," Fan Xian said with furrowed brows. Tianmai beings are chosen by the temple to spread the seeds of wisdom into the world. I had thought that these Tianmai beings, in the end, would have strange thoughts in their hearts and be killed by the emissaries the temple sent out. Unexpectedly, there were still some who returned to the temple alive. The temple forbids interfering in the affairs of the world. Naturally, they would not kill people. However, you are right. After countless years, there will always be Tianmai beings who inherited the temple's teachings. They will have wild thoughts in their hearts and cause suffering for the common people. Whenever this happens, the temple will send out emissaries and have them disappear without a trace. This is probably the reason why the legendary Tianmai beings all disappeared without a trace in the end. Fan Xian noticed that the wisp of light behind him still had a calm and warm tone. However, when he referred to him, he used sir, and began to communicate with him. But Bo and Fubo, the couple, were a different matter. They did not have any worldly desires. After Fubo died, Bo experienced endless hardship and returned to the temple. Coincidentally, the murals in the temple were almost broken, so he spent 7 years to repair the murals in the temple. But the history of the Qing Temple in Dong Mountain and the Jingdo Qing Temple is more than 300 years. How could those murals still be Bo's style? Because Bo only repaired and did not create, he followed the style of the murals from many years ago. Naturally, it is similar to the murals in the world you grew up in. Fan Xian suddenly pointed at the sky full of flames and light in the murals. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Why don't those gods have faces?" "Because true gods never show their faces to others. So you are not a true god." The spots of light floating in the air behind Fan Xian gradually shed the old man's face and transformed into a mirror-like existence. After a long silence, it said, "Just as you said earlier, I am not a god." "Very good. I was just worried that you had gone crazy after being cooped up in this snowy mountain for tens of thousands of years and truly thought of yourself as a god. Then this matter would not be easy to deal with." Hearing the voice of the temple itself coming from all around him, Fan Xian's mood relaxed slightly. At least, the craziest and most terrifying possibility had been denied by the temple itself. If it was an existence that truly had life and emotions, hearing Fan Xian's words, it would certainly understand the meaning hidden within. However, it was clear that the existence in the temple was only passively thinking according to some established process, and did not continue to say anything. It's not that gods don't have faces. There are no gods. For some reason, after Fan Xian said these words, his mood suddenly became desolate. If there truly were no gods in the world, then his existence and his mother's existence would remain unfathomable and without reason. Those are just some powerful machines or weapons. Fan Xian pointed at the gods on the murals that could split open the earth and said quietly, "I don't know what kind of weapons they are. Atomic bombs or neutron bombs. In any case, they are all very terrifying things." After the thread of light floating in the air heard Fan Xian's words, the mirror-like surface suddenly gave off a powerful ripple. It was as if it was undergoing intense thinking. Perhaps it was because Fan Xian had said something it had never imagined it would hear that made it unable to analyze it clearly in a short time. The light in the building was not very dazzling. It was faint and gently sprinkled on Fan Xian's body, like it was giving him a layer of holy light. Perhaps it was because of the need to preserve the exhibits or because the temple's energy was about to run out, but the light was not very bright. Fan Xian walked forward silently until he had seen all of the murals. Only then did he return to the center of the building. Turning his head back to look at the thread of light floating in the air, he was silent for a long time. He then said, "By now you should know that I am not a normal person. My 2 companions are not here at this time, so I think you don't have to be afraid of anything. You can tell me about the temple's origins." The mirror-like surface formed by the light sank into a deathly stillness. It seemed to be analyzing whether or not Fan Xian's request could be approved. Throwing a brick to attract jade. Let me throw a brick first. Fan Xian coughed and felt a wave of weakness. Slowly, he sat down on the icy ground. As he slowly absorbed the yuanqi that was everywhere between heaven and earth, he slowly said in a raspy voice, "The temple is a historical site, the remains of some civilization. Using your words, this is a military museum. Thus, it keeps the top and most terrifying existences of that civilization. You won't tell me the history of the temple, so I can only guess based on these murals and some of my knowledge. That civilization is certainly one I am familiar with." Fan Xian slowly closed his eyes and thought of what Shaoan had said in the cave, as well as what Uncle Wu Zhu had once said. Not long after his mother escaped the temple the first time, she should have returned to the temple to find Uncle Wu Zhu. Since that was the case, that chest should have been stolen from the temple by his mother the second time. There was a barret in the military museum, so it was clear that this museum had existed much later than when Fan Xian had left. Furthermore, it was a civilization of the same origin. Fan Xian did not believe that some ancient civilization could make a gun that was exactly the same as the one he had made. He thought of the familiar civilization of the same origin as the world he had once lived in. It had already become a shadow in history, a broken temple in the snowy mountains that people could not touch. The people Fan Xian. No, the people Fan Shen had once loved, hated, and pitted had long become wisps of ghosts in the long river of time. The things he had once wandered, seen, and admired had all become yellow sand. A glimmer of pain grew in his heart. The pain was not very strong, but it was particularly clear. It was sour and particularly frustrated. He had never seen anyone before or after. Other than Yi Qingmei, there was only him. The world was long. How could he endure it? Such tens of thousands of years of loneliness had fallen on his body alone. How heavy was it? Fan Xian sat on the ground and coughed repeatedly. His breathing was hurried. After a long time, an indifferent and dim light rose in his eyes. His expression was not a smile. Looking at the mirror in the air formed from light spots, he asked, "As someone who once traveled with you, can you tell me exactly how that world was destroyed? Did a madman really start to throw nuclear bombs around for fun?" The mirror of light was as smooth as ice. After a long time, the warm and steady voice rang out in all directions inside the building. It was a great battle in the divine realm. The immortals all used shocking treasures and raised shocking waves. The ground changed shape, and volcanoes erupted. Enough! Fan Xian's angry voice rang out in the empty building. He stared fixedly at the mirror and coughed violently. In the end, he coughed up a trickle of blood. He stubbornly wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips and cursed at the mirror. "I am that stupid person from the divine realm. Don't talk about this shit. You're a F** King Broken Museum. Not some F** King Temple." Inside the Qing royal palace, full of spring, a clear and icy voice slowly rang out in the royal study. The wooden door to the royal study was slightly open to make it easier for air to enter. Eunuch Yao and the other eunuchs and serving girls waited carefully outside the room, and did not enter. Living high in the temple, one worries about the people. Living far from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. There is worry about advancing and worry about retreating. But when should one be happy? It must be said. First worry about the worries of the world, then enjoy the joys of the world. Fan Ruoro quietly finished reading the article and closed the page. She then walked to a corner of the royal study and began to stare blankly. She looked at the flourishing spring trees outside the window and couldn't help but think of her brother. She heard that they had gone north. What was there in the north? Was the legendary temple in the north? She heard that the extreme north was covered in ice and snow all year round. It was not a place normal people could get close to. Was her brother well? It was already the end of spring. For months had passed since the last change in the palace. The entire royal palace was enveloped in a warm and beautiful sunlight. However, the royal study maintained an icy coldness. The Qing emperor lay on a soft couch with a thin blanket covering his body. His face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless. Following Fan Ruoro's gaze, he looked at the green trees outside the window. For some reason, the emperor particularly loathed the existence of these green trees. Perhaps it was because he felt that the passing of spring and the arrival of autumn and the replacement of all things was an irresistible rule of nature. Worry about the ruler. Worry about the people. Back then, Anji spoke up in the northern Qi royal palace. In the end, he was forced by the little emperor to write a paragraph. In the end, he only wrote this paragraph without a head or tail. The emperor slowly said. The emperor opened his mouth and slowly said, I just don't understand. How could a boy who could write such words do such a disrespectful thing? After so much time had passed, the Qing court knew that the traitor Fan Xian had long escaped Jingdo. The intelligence reports sent back from the north accurately pointed to Fan Xian's whereabouts. What surprised many Qing officials was that after Fan Xian escaped Jingdo, he did not throw himself into the arms of the northern Qi court. Even more surprising was that the emperor seemed to only focus his anger on Fan Xian, and did not begin a purge within the Qing kingdom. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. His sparse eyelashes were like an ominous broken autumn leaf, as they drooped on his increasingly wrinkled face. His gaze flitted across Fan Ruoro's shoulder. Suddenly he asked, Am I really not a good emperor? This was a lamentable and absurd question. How the Qing emperor did on the throne was a question that needed to be acknowledged by history. However, for some reason, this most powerful man in the world especially needed to obtain the approval of certain people. At the beginning, he had wanted to put Fan Xian under house arrest in Jingdo because he wanted to use Fan Xian's eyes to tell those people who had died. Now Fan Xian had rebelled. He was used to asking Fan Ruoro this question. It was clear that he had asked this question more than once. Fan Ruoro didn't even turn her head. She calmly replied, This is not a question I should answer. Suddenly, Eunuch Yao's voice rang out from outside the royal study. Imperial consort Yi has arrived. Princess Chen has arrived. Before he had finished speaking, Imperial consort Yi and Lin Wana walked in. It was clear that these two women had come many times during this period of time. The emperor only glanced at them coldly, and did not open his mouth to scold them. He didn't tell them to get out. He allowed them to come to the side of the soft couch, and help his body up. Lin Wan changed all of the blankets on the soft couch. As she wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, she smiled and said, It's all new cotton from Zhongzhou. The embroidery is all the most fashionable in Quanzhou. Try it and see if it's comfortable. Imperial consort Yi took out a few ingredients from the food box and carefully fed the emperor. As she fed, she nagged, The sun has been good these 2 days. Your Majesty should go out and walk around. The emperor coldly said, Don't you find it annoying to come every day? It's not like I can't move. The emperor's injury had indeed not healed. Contrary to the expectations of Fan Ruoro and the Imperial Academy of Medicine, it was strangely lingering. Perhaps it was because he was old. If he had been at the peak of the Qing emperor's power, no matter how serious his injury, he would probably have long recovered. It was as if Lin Wan didn't hear her uncle's words. With a sweet smile, she began to massage his shoulders. Fan Ruoro watched for a while and couldn't resist shaking her head. She sat on the other side of the emperor and began to massage him. The royal study sank into silence. Imperial consort Yi sat quietly in front of the emperor and watched this scene with a slight smile. There was no purge in the court. The officials of the He faction had been slaughtered by Fan Xian. On the contrary, it had turned the court into an iron bucket. The third prince, Li Qingping, had recently, under who the scholars lead, begun to try to come into contact with political affairs. Although consort May's belly was very big, no matter how one looked at it, the Qing kingdom was in a strange state of stability. At least, in the eyes of the people, the emperor had no intention of changing the heir. Nothing seemed to have changed in the Qing kingdom. On the contrary, it seemed to have become better, except for the young man called Fan Xian. He had disappeared from the world for almost half a year. No one knew where he was or if he was still alive. Lin Wan did not return to Danzhou with her entire family as Fan Xian had planned. Instead, she calmly stayed in Jingdo. Furthermore, she entered the palace more often than before. This scene shocked countless people. Tomorrow I will go to court. Don't come. After a long silence, the emperor suddenly spoke. His tone was cold, but there was a thread of heaviness that was difficult to detect. Perhaps it was such a man who actually enjoyed the service of his family these days. However, these family members were, after all, the family of the son who dared to oppose him. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Wanner smiled warmly and didn't say anything more. She knew exactly what she was doing. She also knew that she was only inheriting Fan Xian's thoughts. Don't hope for that kid to come back alive. If he does come back, even if I can spare his life, the officials of the world will not allow him to live. The emperor slowly closed his eyes. The corners of his lips drooped like his eyelashes. He appeared tired. Could Fan Xian come back alive? This was a question that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The emperor's words clearly cut off everyone's path of retreat. The emperor continued to close his eyes tightly and coldly said, "You all don't know why he had to find the temple, but I know that he wanted Lao Wu to come back and kill me. For such a heartless son, should I have any pity for him?" Now that the situation had developed to this point, the Qing emperor had already shown rare magnanimity by not beating all the people related to Fan Xian into dust. Of course, it was mostly because of the agreement between him and Fan Xian. After all, he didn't know if Fan Xian was dead or not. Although it seemed that since ancient times, no one had ever been able to find the temple on their own, much less rescue someone from the temple, the emperor still could not relax. He knew that a woman had once done it. Would his son with that woman bring another great surprise to the world? If Lao Wu truly came back with Fan Xian, what would happen to him? What would happen to the world? The emperor suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light shone through them. Summon Yi Zhong into the palace. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.